You may not realize it, but the universe has already flipped the switch, and what you do next will determine everything. This is a coded message meant only for the chosen ones. If you're just casually browsing, this won't make sense to you, and that's okay. But if you feel a jolt of recognition, know that your destiny is now calling. Chosen ones, the challenges you've been facing aren't random. They're the unmistakable signs that your soul contract is activating, initiating a new chapter in your divine purpose. I stand before you not as a guru, but as a fellow traveler who understands the complex dynamics of these spiritual agreements. I remember the day my own soul contract activated, the sudden rush of synchronicities, the unsettling feeling of being watched, and the intensified spiritual warfare that followed. This isn't just theoretical knowledge. It's a reality I've lived, a path I've walked. A soul contract, for those unfamiliar, is a pre-birth agreement outlining the lessons you're meant to learn, the relationships you're meant to experience, and the overall mission you've committed to fulfilling in this lifetime. It's the blueprint of your soul's journey, etched in the stars before you even took your first breath. Think of it as a GPS guiding you to your ultimate destination. The contract sets the coordinates, your purpose, but you, the chosen one, must navigate the path, making choices, overcoming obstacles, and trusting the divine guidance along the way. In some cases, these contracts even require the breaking of generational curses, freeing not only yourself, but your entire lineage. Remember that ignoring the soul contract is not without consequences. This activation isn't a passive event. It's an invitation to actively co-create with the divine. It triggers a period of intense spiritual growth, demanding courage, resilience, and unwavering faith. It's like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. The struggle is essential for the transformation, but it can be painful, requiring immense effort. Ignoring this call can lead to increased dissatisfaction, a persistent sense of being lost, or repeated cycles of setbacks. Imagine someone achieving external success in their career, yet feeling deeply unfulfilled because they're not aligned with their soul's true purpose. That's the dissonance of a soul contract unacknowledged. Before we go any further, chosen ones, I need you to acknowledge your role in this unfolding destiny and connect with the energy of this message. I need you to understand that this isn't just about passively consuming information. It's about actively participating in your spiritual evolution. So pause this video, take a deep breath, and affirm your commitment to fulfilling your soul contract. Repeat silently or aloud, I am ready to embrace my destiny and fulfill my soul contract with courage and faith. Now hit that like button, subscribe to this channel for ongoing guidance, and share in the comments one word that resonates with your soul's purpose. Is it love, healing, justice, creativity? Whatever word speaks to your unique mission, let it be known. If this message resonates with you, stay with me until the end, because the most important revelations are yet to come. But I must warn you, the path ahead is not for the faint of heart. There will be forces, both seen and unseen, that will try to deter you, to distract you, to convince you that you're not worthy or capable. This video is not for those who are easily shaken, but for those who are ready to rise to the challenge and claim their divine inheritance. Chosen ones, you are now prepared to delve deeper into the specific signs of soul contract activation. The knowledge I'm about to share will empower you to understand your new reality and navigate the intensified spiritual landscape with clarity and confidence. What are the unmistakable signs that your soul contract is activating, and how do you navigate the challenges that arise? That's the core question we'll be answering today. Know this, there is a spiritual battle raging around you, and this video will equip you to not only survive, but thrive in the midst of it. Remember, you are not alone in this journey. Many other chosen ones are awakening to their purpose, and this video will help connect you to that community. It's time to not just understand the terms of your soul contract, but to live it out boldly, with courage, faith, and unwavering commitment. In the coming sections, we'll be identifying your unique gifts, overcoming spiritual warfare, and manifesting your deepest desires. Chosen one, suddenly everything feels amplified. The colors are brighter, the sounds are sharper, the emotions are deeper. What if this isn't random chaos, but a carefully orchestrated nudge from the universe, aligning with your soul's prime directive? Have you noticed how even mundane experiences now carry a sense of profound meaning, as if the universe itself is whispering secrets in your ear? Perhaps you're experiencing a series of vivid dreams, synchronicities, or intuitive hits that all point towards a specific theme or direction. A song on the radio, a chance encounter with a stranger, a billboard glimpsed in traffic, all seemingly unrelated, yet weaving together a tapestry of unmistakable guidance. This is not coincidence. It's the universe speaking your language, now that you are tuned to the right frequency. Your soul contract is now actively broadcasting, and the cosmos is responding in kind. This activation often manifests as heightened sensory awareness and increased sensitivity to energy fields. You chosen one might find yourself more attuned to the emotions of others, the energy of places, or the subtle vibrations of the universe. Suddenly, crowded spaces feel overwhelming, negative news feels unbearable, and artificial environments feel suffocating. You're becoming a spiritual antenna, picking up signals that were once imperceptible. This isn't a sign of weakness, but of awakening. You are developing the ability to discern truth from falsehood, authenticity from deception, and divine guidance from worldly noise. It is as if scales have fallen from your eyes, and you are seeing the world with newfound clarity and perception. Think of the biblical prophets receiving visions and divine guidance through dreams and intuitive insights. Consider the story of Joseph interpreting dreams in the Bible, found in Genesis 41. Joseph, imprisoned and seemingly forgotten, possessed a unique gift, the ability to decipher the hidden meanings within dreams. This gift wasn't merely a talent. It was a crucial component of his soul contract, enabling him to foresee the coming famine and advise Pharaoh on how to prepare. His heightened intuition wasn't a random occurrence, it was a divinely ordained ability, essential for fulfilling his purpose and saving a nation. Like Joseph, your amplified senses and intuitive hits are not mere coincidences. They are divine tools, guiding you toward your own unique destiny. Now let's dissect some of the key signs of this cosmic wake-up call so that we can better discern divine guidance from everyday distractions. Are you ready to interpret the subtle language of the universe and decode the messages embedded within your experiences? The answers are closer than you think. Chosen one. What if the rug is being pulled out from under you? Your career, relationships, or living situation are suddenly unstable. This chaos is a divine catalyst, not a punishment. Have you suddenly experienced a job loss, an unexpected move, or a relationship ending that forces you to re-evaluate your life path? Perhaps you've poured years into a career that now feels meaningless, or invested in a relationship that has become toxic and draining. These disruptions, though painful, are often necessary to dismantle limiting structures and create space for new opportunities aligned with your soul contract. They are like a demolition crew, tearing down the old to make way for the new. This disruption serves to dismantle limiting structures and create space for new opportunities aligned with the soul contract. Clinging to the old can hinder progress, while embracing change can unlock unforeseen blessings. Imagine a tree clinging to its dead leaves in winter, refusing to let go. It would block the sunlight and prevent new growth from emerging in the spring. Similarly, clinging to outdated beliefs, toxic relationships, or unfulfilling careers can stifle your spiritual growth and prevent you from embracing your true potential. Embracing change requires courage and faith, but it is essential for aligning with your soul's journey. Release what no longer serves you, chosen one, and trust that the universe will fill the void with something even better. Consider the story of Abraham leaving his homeland, found in Genesis 12, to follow God's call. Abraham was comfortable and secure in his familiar surroundings, surrounded by family and friends. Yet, God commanded him to leave everything behind and journey to an unknown land, promising to make him a great nation. This was a monumental disruption of Abraham's status quo, a leap of faith into the unknown. He left a comfortable life in order to fulfill God's purpose. Abraham's willingness to embrace uncertainty and step into the unknown paved the way for his descendants to inherit the promised land. Your current disruptions, however unsettling, are similarly preparing you for a greater destiny, leading you away from the familiar and toward your true calling. What does this disruption enable? What positive comes from it? The answer, chosen one, lies in the space it creates for something new, something aligned with your divine purpose. Are you ready to embrace the uncertainty and step into the unknown, trusting that the universe is guiding you toward your ultimate destiny? Chosen one, are you facing unprecedented resistance, negative thoughts, self-doubt, external opposition surge? No, this isn't coincidence. It's a sign you're on the right track. Have you found yourself plagued by persistent doubts, crippling fears, or overwhelming anxiety? Do you face opposition from family, friends, or colleagues who don't understand your spiritual path? This intensified resistance is a clear indication that your soul contract is activating and that you are on the verge of a major breakthrough. The enemy doesn't attack those who are standing still. He targets those who are moving forward, threatening his domain. As the soul contract activates, negative forces, both internal and external, intensify their efforts to prevent you from fulfilling your destiny. These forces manifest as fear, limiting beliefs, negative relationships, and spiritual attacks. They whisper lies in your ear, telling you that you're not good enough, that you're not worthy, that you're destined to fail. They create obstacles in your path, seeking to discourage you and derail you from your purpose. These forces are real and they are relentless. Do not underestimate their power, but do not be afraid. You have been equipped with everything you need to overcome them. Remember Ephesians 6:12. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. This passage reminds us that spiritual warfare is a very real battle, fought on a plane beyond our physical senses. Consider the modern-day examples of how negative forces attempt to derail individuals from their purpose. Perhaps you've experienced a sudden illness, a financial setback, or a relational conflict that seemed to come out of nowhere. These are not random occurrences. They are strategic attacks designed to distract you from your mission and diminish your faith. Remember that these attacks are not a sign of weakness, but a validation of your strength and purpose. With the right armor, the chosen one can overcome these obstacles. What is this armor? It is the armor of God, described in Ephesians 6:10-18. It is the belt of truth, the breastplate of righteousness, the shoes of peace, the shield of faith, the helmet of salvation, and the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God. These are not literal pieces of armor, but spiritual qualities that protect you from the attacks of the enemy. Clothe yourself in truth, righteousness, peace, faith, and salvation, and wield the Word of God as your weapon. And watch as the negative forces retreat in defeat. Have you noticed dormant abilities awakening? What if hidden within you lies a unique superpower that is essential to fulfilling your contract? Perhaps you've always had a knack for helping others, but now you find yourself with an uncanny ability to heal emotional wounds. Or maybe you've always enjoyed art, but now you're creating masterpieces that touch people's souls. Have you always been a natural leader, but suddenly you are being called to lead a movement? These are not random talents. They are dormant abilities, awakening within you as your soul contract activates. Soul contract activation often unlocks dormant gifts and talents that were previously untapped or unrecognized. These gifts can be used to serve others, heal the world, and manifest abundance. They are like seeds planted long ago, now sprouting and blossoming as the conditions become ripe. These gifts could be a talent for healing, creativity, leadership, or spiritual guidance. You may discover a previously unknown talent for writing, speaking, or teaching. You may find yourself drawn to new forms of artistic expression, such as painting, music, or dance. You may discover an innate ability to connect with others on a deep, spiritual level, offering guidance, comfort, and healing. Whatever your gifts may be, They are essential to fulfilling your soul contract and making a positive impact on the world. Consider the example of King David, whose unexpected talent was warfare. David was a shepherd boy tending his father's sheep. He wasn't trained as a soldier, nor did he possess the physical stature of a warrior. Yet when the Philistine giant Goliath challenged the Israelite army, David stepped forward with nothing but a slingshot and 5 smooth stones. His courage and faith were unwavering, and he defeated Goliath with a single shot, saving Israel from defeat. David's unexpected talent for warfare wasn't a random skill. It was a divinely ordained ability, essential for fulfilling his destiny as the future king of Israel. There are modern-day examples of individuals discovering and using their gifts to make a positive impact, just like David. Consider the story of a former accountant who discovered a passion for photography and used her skills to document the beauty of the natural world, inspiring others to protect the environment. How can chosen ones cultivate these gifts? The key, chosen one, is to embrace experimentation, take risks, and step outside of your comfort zone. Seek out opportunities to use your gifts and talents, even if it feels scary or uncomfortable. Don't be afraid to fail. Failure is simply a learning opportunity. Embrace your unique abilities, trust your intuition, and allow your gifts to shine. Remember that your gifts are not just for your own benefit. They are meant to be shared with the world. Have you met anyone new lately? You keep bumping into them, almost supernaturally. This isn't random. They are essential pieces of your soul contract puzzle. Perhaps you've met someone who shares your passions, understands your struggles, or inspires you to be a better version of yourself. Maybe you've encountered a mentor, a teacher, or a guide who provides you with the wisdom and support you need to navigate your path. These connections are not coincidences. They are divinely orchestrated encounters designed to help you fulfill your soul contract. The activation of your soul contract draws other activated souls together. Chosen ones are attracted to each other, forming a spiritual tribe that provides mutual support, encouragement, and accountability. It is because this support is necessary to complete their journey. These are the people who understand your unique challenges, celebrate your victories, and hold you accountable to your highest potential. They are your spiritual family, your tribe, your soulmates. They are the pieces of your puzzle, fitting together perfectly to create a complete picture of your destiny. Relate this to the biblical concept of community and fellowship, emphasizing the importance of supporting one another in faith. Consider the early church, described in Acts 2:42-47. The believers devoted themselves to fellowship, breaking bread together, and sharing their possessions with those in need. They supported one another in faith, encouraging each other to persevere through trials and tribulations. The church has strength in numbers. This is why the early church thrived, despite facing intense persecution. Your spiritual tribe is your modern-day church, providing you with the same love, support, and encouragement that the early believers found in their community. How does the chosen one know that they have found their tribe? The answer, chosen one, lies in the feeling of resonance, the sense of belonging, the undeniable connection that transcends words. Do you feel seen, heard, and understood by these individuals? Do they inspire you to be your best self? Do they challenge you to grow and evolve? If so, then you have found your tribe. Embrace these connections, nurture these relationships, and allow them to support you on your journey. What if who you thought you were is no longer true? Perhaps the identity you've built over the years no longer fits, like an old suit that's become too tight. Maybe the values you once held dear now feel hollow and meaningless. Or perhaps you simply sense that there's more to you than meets the eye. This is not a crisis. It's a sign of spiritual awakening. The old you is dissolving, making way for the new you to emerge. With the soul contract now activating, the chosen one has to take on their true nature. The ego, the false self, must be dismantled so that the authentic self can shine through. This process can be painful, as it involves confronting your deepest fears, insecurities, and limiting beliefs. It requires surrendering control and trusting the divine plan, but it is essential for aligning with your soul's purpose. because an old nature can be a burden to God's plan, preventing you from fully embracing your destiny. Imagine a butterfly clinging to its caterpillar form, refusing to let go of its old identity. It would never experience the freedom and beauty of flight. Similarly, clinging to your old identity can prevent you from fully embracing your potential and fulfilling your soul contract. Think of Saul to Paul in the Bible. Saul was a persecutor of Christians, a staunch defender of the old ways. But then, on the road to Damascus, he encountered Jesus Christ and was transformed into Paul, an apostle and missionary who spread the gospel throughout the Roman world. Saul's old identity had to die so that Paul's true identity could emerge. It's the same for you, chosen one. The old you must die so that the new you can be born. What are the practical steps to take to prepare? Begin by identifying the beliefs, habits, and relationships that no longer serve you. Release them with love and gratitude, knowing that they have served their purpose. Embrace vulnerability, authenticity, and self-compassion. Seek out opportunities for spiritual growth, such as meditation, prayer, and scripture study. Trust the divine process and allow your true self to emerge, fully aligned with your soul contract. You understand the signs, you see the plan, now how to activate. We've discussed heightened sensory awareness, disruptions of the status quo, intensified spiritual warfare, the unveiling of hidden gifts, the magnetic pull towards your tribe, and the dissolving of old identities. These are the unmistakable signs that your soul contract is activating, calling you to a higher purpose. Now it's time to take action. Aligning with the activated soul contract and overcoming the challenges requires practical steps: prayer, meditation, affirmations, visualization, seeking guidance from trusted mentors, taking inspired action, and releasing limiting beliefs. Make prayer a daily practice, connecting with the divine source and seeking guidance. Use meditation to quiet your mind and listen to your intuition. Practice affirmations to reprogram your subconscious mind with positive beliefs. Visualize your desired outcome, seeing yourself living your soul's purpose with joy and abundance. Seek out mentors and guides who can provide you with wisdom and support. Take inspired action, following the nudges and promptings of your intuition. And most importantly, release your limiting beliefs, the negative thoughts that hold you back from achieving your full potential. Biblical teaching shows that even the chosen must undergo preparation and training. Use any of the 12 disciples as an example. Before they could perform miracles and spread the gospel, they had to spend time with Jesus, learning from his teachings and observing his example. Their training wasn't always easy. They faced trials, temptations, and moments of doubt, but through it all, they persevered, growing in faith and understanding. Now, let's do it. But what is next? What is the key that unlocks the destiny? What if your intuition isn't just a feeling, but a divine GPS guiding you through the labyrinth of life? Your intuition, that quiet voice within, is your compass, and the Holy Spirit, the GPS providing real-time updates. But what happens when the signal is weak, when static interferes with the divine frequency, or when fear-based thoughts distort your reception? What if discerning true guidance from the insidious whispers of self-doubt becomes an agonizing struggle, a spiritual tug-of-war that leaves you feeling lost and disoriented? This struggle isn't a sign of weakness, chosen one, but a testament to the intensity of your calling, a sign that your intuition is a powerful force that the enemy desperately wants to silence. Developing your intuition is akin to honing a finely tuned instrument, requiring diligent practice and unwavering focus. You must learn to differentiate between the gentle nudges of divine guidance and the clamorous noise of negative self-talk, the insidious spiritual warfare that seeks to derail you from your path. Meditation, prayer, journaling, and spending time in nature are not mere hobbies, but essential practices for strengthening your intuition, for clearing the channels of communication with the divine. These practices allow you to quiet the mental chatter, to connect with your inner wisdom, and to receive clear, unambiguous guidance from the Holy Spirit. They're the spiritual equivalent of calibrating your compass, ensuring that it points true north, no matter how turbulent the seas around you. What if the answer you seek is in the silence? Consider the story of Samuel in 1 Samuel 3. As a young boy, Samuel lived in the temple with Eli, the priest. One night, Samuel heard a voice calling his name. He assumed it was Eli, but Eli told him to go back to sleep. This happened 3 times before Eli realized that it was God calling Samuel. Eli then instructed Samuel on how to respond. "Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening." Samuel followed Eli's instructions and received a divine message, marking the beginning of his prophetic ministry. Samuel had to learn to discern God's voice from Eli's instructions, a process that required patience, humility, and a willingness to listen. Like Samuel, you must learn to distinguish between the voice of your ego and the voice of God, between the whispers of fear and the promptings of intuition. Now that we know how to hear the signal, to distinguish the divine GPS from the distracting noise, where does it take us? Are you ready to embark on a journey of self-discovery, guided by your intuition and empowered by the Holy Spirit? Chosen one, what if your darkest emotions, the fear that gnaws at your insides, the anger that simmers beneath the surface, the grief that weighs you down like a leaden cloak, are not roadblocks on your soul's journey, but fuel for your ascent? What if these emotions, so often demonized and suppressed, hold the key to unlocking your true potential, providing the very momentum you need to propel you forward? Presenting the idea of alchemy, the ancient art of transmuting base metals into gold, reveals a hidden truth, that even the most undesirable elements can be transformed into something precious. Your soul contract doesn't promise a life devoid of pain, but a life where even pain serves a purpose. To understand your emotions, you must see them as messengers, carrying vital information about your inner landscape. Learn how to process and transmute these emotions through self-compassion, forgiveness, and reframing limiting beliefs, for they are the keys to unlocking your alchemical potential. Tools like emotional freedom technique, EFT, or shadow work are not mere therapies, but powerful techniques for processing difficult emotions, for integrating the disowned parts of yourself, and for reclaiming your wholeness. Self-compassion allows you to treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a dear friend, recognizing that you are doing the best you can with what you have. Forgiveness allows you to release the grip of past hurts, freeing you from the chains of resentment and bitterness. Reframing limiting beliefs allows you to challenge the negative thoughts that hold you back, replacing them with empowering affirmations that support your growth and transformation. Consider the story of Joseph, the biblical figure who forgave his brothers who sold him into slavery. Despite the unspeakable betrayal he endured, Joseph chose to forgive his brothers, recognizing that their actions, however cruel, were part of a larger divine plan. This forgiveness wasn't a sign of weakness, but a testament to his spiritual strength, his ability to rise above bitterness and resentment and embrace a higher purpose. What if the person who betrayed you most is a key to unlocking your destiny? Connect the potential for betrayal or backstabbing as a key sign that you are on the verge of a major breakthrough, a sign that the enemy is desperately trying to prevent you from fulfilling your soul contract. Often, those closest to you have the easiest access. You can not only transmute negative emotions for yourself, but for others as well, becoming a beacon of healing and transformation in a world shrouded in darkness. Are you ready to embrace your alchemical potential, to transform your pain into power, and to become a catalyst for healing and transformation in the lives of others? What if your greatest wounds become your greatest strengths? This is an important step into building strength. Chosen one, what if you could create an invisible shield, a spiritual force field that repels negative energy, deflects spiritual attacks, and protects you from the insidious forces that seek to undermine your destiny? Presenting the concept of spiritual protection as essential for navigating the intensified spiritual warfare that rages around you, revealing a hidden truth, that you are not defenseless, but equipped with the power to create an unbreakable spiritual shield. Spiritual warfare isn't an abstract concept. It's a very real battle that plays out in the unseen realm, a battle for your mind, your heart, and your soul. And you are on the front lines. To learn how to be protected, begin to see techniques for building a spiritual shield: prayer, affirmations, visualization, surrounding oneself with positive influences, and setting healthy boundaries as essential survival tools. These are not mere rituals, but powerful practices that strengthen your connection with the divine, fortify your inner defenses, and create an impenetrable barrier against negative influences. Prayer is your direct line to God, a conduit for receiving guidance, strength, and protection. Affirmations are powerful statements that reprogram your subconscious mind with positive beliefs, replacing negative thoughts with empowering truths. Visualization allows you to see yourself surrounded by divine light, shielded from harm, and empowered to fulfill your destiny. Surrounding yourself with positive influences, uplifting friends, inspiring books, and soul-nourishing environments creates a supportive ecosystem that strengthens your spiritual immunity. Setting healthy boundaries allows you to protect your energy, to say no to draining commitments, and to cultivate relationships that honor and respect your boundaries. It also involves cutting cords with toxic people and situations, severing the energetic ties that drain your life force and hinder your progress. Consider the armor of God described in Ephesians 6:10-18, a powerful metaphor for the spiritual defenses available to every believer. The belt of truth, the breastplate of righteousness, the shoes of peace, the shield of faith, the helmet of salvation, and the sword of the Spirit are not mere accessories, but essential components of your spiritual armor, protecting you from the attacks of the enemy. These components aren't made of metal, but are made of faith, diligence, and wisdom. What if your unbreakable spiritual shield becomes a weapon, not just deflecting negative energy, but actively transforming it into positive force? Are you ready to claim your divine inheritance, to stand strong in the face of adversity, and to become an unstoppable force for good in the world? Chosen one, what if the people in your life who constantly drain your energy, hinder your progress, and prevent you from fulfilling your soul contract aren't accidents, but tests? Presenting the concept of energy vampires and their insidious tactics for draining your life force reveals a hidden truth, that these encounters are not random occurrences, but divinely orchestrated challenges designed to strengthen your boundaries, clarify your values, and empower you to reclaim your energy. Energy vampires are masters of manipulation, using guilt, criticism, and drama to feed off your vitality. These people aren't necessarily malicious. They may be acting unconsciously, driven by their own insecurities and unmet needs. How do you know who the energy vampires are? They are those who constantly complain, manipulate, criticize, or demand attention, leaving you feeling depleted, exhausted, and emotionally drained. They may dominate conversations, invalidate your feelings, or constantly seek your approval. Offering strategies for protecting oneself from energy vampires, setting boundaries, limiting contact, and cutting cords reveals a path to reclaiming your power and protecting your precious energy. Setting boundaries involves clearly communicating your needs and limits, refusing to engage in draining conversations, and creating healthy space between yourself and the energy vampire. Limiting contact involves reducing the amount of time you spend with the energy vampire, avoiding unnecessary interactions, and prioritizing your own well-being. Cutting cords involves severing the energetic ties that bind you to the energy vampire, releasing the emotional baggage, and reclaiming your personal power. Provide an example of when Jesus had to separate himself from the crowd to recharge. After a long day of teaching and healing, Jesus often withdrew to solitary places to pray, recognizing the importance of replenishing his energy and reconnecting with the divine source. This wasn't an act of selfishness, but an act of self-preservation, enabling him to continue his ministry with renewed vigor. Are you prioritizing your own well-being, creating healthy boundaries, and protecting your precious energy from those who would drain it? But what about when you are forced to engage with them, when you can't simply cut ties and walk away? This is when the next part will be helpful. You've prepared, you've shielded yourself, now is the time to use your authority, chosen one. Presenting the idea of the chosen one understanding how to use their voice reveals a powerful truth, that you are not a victim, but a victor, empowered to speak your truth, set boundaries, and reclaim your divine authority. You have to understand how to wield that authority. The enemy fears nothing more than a chosen one who knows their power and refuses to be silenced. What if the words you speak are not just sounds, but seeds that create reality? To claim your divine authority, offer practical steps for standing in your power. Speaking your truth, setting boundaries, saying no, and refusing to be manipulated. These are not mere acts of defiance, but declarations of your inherent worth, your unwavering commitment to your values, and your refusal to be controlled by external forces. Speaking your truth involves expressing your authentic self, sharing your perspectives, and standing up for what you believe in, even when it's unpopular or uncomfortable. Setting boundaries involves clearly communicating your limits, refusing to engage in draining conversations, and creating healthy space between yourself and those who would disrespect your boundaries. Saying no involves declining requests that compromise your values, deplete your energy, or distract you from your purpose. Refusing to be manipulated involves recognizing and resisting tactics of guilt, pressure, and coercion, standing firm in your decisions, and trusting your own intuition. Explain how to use affirmations and decrees to reinforce your authority, speaking words of power that align you with your divine purpose, transforming your reality from the inside out. Use the story of Jesus casting out demons as an example of wielding divine authority, speaking with unwavering conviction and commanding the evil spirits to depart. This wasn't an act of arrogance, but an act of compassion, freeing the afflicted from the bondage of darkness. Your words carry power. What if your voice could move mountains? What are the long-term rewards of holding this authority, of reclaiming your power and standing firm in your divine purpose? That is what we will unlock next, Chosen One. Chosen One, what if the spiritual attacks you've been experiencing aren't random, chaotic strikes, but precisely targeted assaults orchestrated by entities who intimately know your potential, who understand the magnitude of your soul contract and the threat you pose to the darkness? These are not just nameless, faceless adversaries, but architects of resistance, strategists of spiritual warfare who have been studying your every move, cataloging your strengths and weaknesses, and meticulously planning your downfall. What if these forces aren't some vague, impersonal energy, but conscious entities with specific agendas, desires, and tactics? These architects of resistance can manifest in various forms. They can be the embodiment of your deepest fears, whispering doubts and insecurities into your mind, amplifying your weaknesses, and distorting your perception of reality. They can be generational curses, patterns of dysfunction and limitation that have been passed down through your family line, hindering your progress and perpetuating cycles of suffering. They can be external spiritual influences, entities that seek to manipulate your thoughts, emotions, and circumstances, subtly steering you away from your divine path. They attempt to manipulate your thoughts, emotions, and circumstances through a variety of tactics, sowing seeds of doubt, triggering emotional outbursts, creating obstacles and setbacks, and surrounding you with negative influences. They exploit your vulnerabilities, preying on your insecurities, fears, and past traumas. Their ultimate goal is to derail you from your path, to prevent you from fulfilling your soul contract, and to diminish your light. Consider the biblical account of the temptation of Jesus in the wilderness, Matthew 4:1-11. Satan, the ultimate architect of resistance, didn't launch a random attack on Jesus. He meticulously studied Jesus's vulnerabilities, crafting specific temptations designed to exploit his human weaknesses and derail his divine mission. Satan offered Jesus worldly power, tempting him to abandon his path of humility and service. Jesus, however, recognized Satan's tactics and resisted his temptations, wielding the sword of the Spirit, the Word of God, to defeat the enemy. Like Jesus, you must become aware of the specific tactics used against you, the subtle manipulations, the insidious whispers, and the carefully crafted temptations designed to lead you astray. But how do these architects of resistance launch their attacks? What is their primary battleground, their chosen theater of war? Chosen one, what if the primary battlefield for your soul contract is not external circumstances, not the challenges you face in your relationships, career, or finances, but within the very confines of your own mind? What if the most potent weapons used against you are not physical attacks, but limiting beliefs, negative self-talk, and fear-based thoughts that erode your confidence, sabotage your efforts, and imprison you in a cage of your own making? The architects of resistance understand that your mind is the gateway to your soul, the control center that governs your thoughts, emotions, and actions. They seek to infiltrate your mind with negative programming, planting seeds of doubt, fear, and limitation that undermine your self-belief and distort your perception of reality. These negative thoughts act like malware, silently corrupting your system, draining your energy, and sabotaging your efforts. Self-sabotaging thoughts, feelings of inadequacy, and memories of past failures become the weapons they wield against you, paralyzing you with fear and preventing you from taking action. That is why you must be vigilant, constantly monitoring your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs, identifying and dismantling any negative programming that does not align with your divine purpose. Practice positive self-talk, flooding your mind with affirmations of your worth, your strength, and your potential. Visualize yourself succeeding, accomplishing your goals, and living your best life. Surround yourself with positive influences, people who believe in you, support your dreams, and encourage your growth. Do not allow the architects of resistance to control your mind, for your mind is your most powerful weapon, and it must be guarded with unwavering vigilance. In 2 Corinthians 10:5, the Apostle Paul urges believers to demolish arguments and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God, and we take captive every thought to make it obedient to Christ. This is not a passive exercise, but an active and intentional act of spiritual warfare, a relentless pursuit of truth that challenges every negative thought, every limiting belief, and every false perception that seeks to undermine your faith. It's easy to let the negative thoughts take hold, but it is a necessity to demolish them at all costs. So what weapons can you use? Chosen one, how do you fight back against this insidious internal warfare, this relentless assault on your mind and soul? What if you already possess an arsenal of divine weapons, powerful tools that can dismantle limiting beliefs, transmute negative emotions, and shield you from the attacks of the enemy? What if prayer, faith, gratitude, forgiveness, and self-love are not just abstract concepts, but potent weapons for overcoming negativity, reclaiming your power, and fulfilling your soul contract? Each of these weapons serves a specific purpose in the battle against the architects of resistance. Prayer is your direct line to God, a conduit for receiving guidance, strength, and protection. It is through prayer that you connect with the divine source, receiving the wisdom and power you need to overcome any obstacle. Faith is your unwavering belief in the unseen, your conviction that God is working all things together for your good. It is through faith that you activate the power of the Holy Spirit, drawing upon divine resources to manifest your desires and fulfill your destiny. Gratitude is your recognition of the blessings in your life, your appreciation for the good that surrounds you, even in the midst of challenges. It is through gratitude that you shift your focus from lack to abundance, attracting even more blessings into your life. Forgiveness is your release of past hurts, your liberation from the chains of resentment and bitterness. It is through forgiveness that you heal your emotional wounds, freeing yourself from the grip of the past and opening yourself to a future of peace and joy. Self-love is your acceptance of yourself, flaws and all, your unwavering belief in your worth, your value, and your potential. It is through self-love that you dismantle the negative programming that has been implanted in your mind, replacing it with empowering beliefs that support your growth and transformation. Praying specific scriptures out loud, declaring God's promises over your life, and visualizing yourself victorious are all powerful ways to equip yourself for defense, to shield yourself from harm, and to empower yourself to fulfill your divine purpose. Consider the story of David defeating Goliath, 1 Samuel 17. Goliath was a giant, a seemingly insurmountable obstacle that terrified the entire Israelite army. But David, armed with nothing but a slingshot and a few stones, approached Goliath with unwavering faith, declaring, "You come against me with sword and spear and javelin, but I come against you in the name of the Lord Almighty, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied." David's faith, courage, and trust in God enabled him to overcome a seemingly impossible challenge, demonstrating the power of divine weapons to conquer even the most formidable enemies. What giants are you facing in your own life, and what weapons will you use to defeat them? Now let's put our shields up. Chosen one, what if every setback, obstacle, and challenge you face is not a sign of failure, not a confirmation of your inadequacy, but a divine assignment, a carefully orchestrated test designed to strengthen you, prepare you, and propel you towards your ultimate purpose? What if these trials are not random occurrences, but strategic opportunities for growth, transformation, and the unveiling of your hidden potential? Challenges can reveal hidden strengths, deepen your faith, and forge within you a resilience that you never knew you possessed. They are opportunities to learn valuable lessons, to develop new skills, and to refine your character. They force you to step outside of your comfort zone, to confront your fears, and to discover the depths of your inner resources. They push you to rely on God, to seek His guidance, and to trust in His plan, even when you cannot see the path ahead. Think about Joseph, who was sold into slavery by his own brothers, falsely accused of a crime, and unjustly imprisoned. Despite these immense hardships, Joseph remained faithful, trusting in God's plan for his life. And in the end, God elevated Joseph to a position of great power, using his suffering to save his family and the entire nation of Egypt from famine. Joseph's trials were not a sign of God's abandonment, but a testament to his divine assignment, a carefully orchestrated series of events designed to prepare him for his ultimate purpose. Your challenges, too, are not a sign of failure, but a sign of God's favor, a confirmation that you have been chosen for a great purpose. Are you ready to embrace your challenges as divine assignments, to see them as opportunities for growth, and to trust in God's plan for your life? Chosen one, what if the deepest wounds you've suffered, the most agonizing experiences you've endured, can be alchemized into power, transformed into empathy, compassion, and wisdom that enables you to heal others, inspire change, and fulfill your soul contract with unparalleled impact? What if the pain you've carried is not a liability, not a source of shame, but your greatest asset, the very foundation upon which you build your legacy of love, service, and transformation? By sharing your story, offering support to others who are struggling, and using your experiences to create positive change, you can transform your pain into purpose, becoming a beacon of hope, a catalyst for healing, and an agent of transformation in a world desperately in need of light. Those who use their experiences to become advocates for change, speaking out against injustice, fighting for the marginalized, and creating opportunities for those who have been denied them, are examples of individuals who have alchemized their suffering into a powerful force for good. Consider those who have overcome addiction, abuse, or trauma, and now dedicate their lives to helping others heal from similar experiences. These individuals have not only transformed their own pain into purpose, but they have also created a ripple effect of healing, inspiring countless others to reclaim their lives, find their voices, and embrace their own potential for transformation. By embracing your pain, sharing your story, and using your experiences to create positive change, you can become a powerful force for good in the world. But where do you go from there? So now what? What if all of this, the challenges you've overcome, the lessons you've learned, the strength you've developed, has been leading you to this very moment, preparing you to step into a new level of anointing, to claim your divine inheritance, and to fully embody the power and purpose for which you were created. What if the activation of your soul contract is not just the beginning of a new chapter, but the culmination of a long and arduous journey, a journey that has tested your faith, challenged your resilience, and ultimately forged you into the powerful, purpose-driven individual you are today? You've earned it. This divine inheritance is not given freely, but earned through sacrifice, dedication, and unwavering commitment to your divine purpose. It is the reward for your faithfulness, your perseverance, and your willingness to endure hardship for the sake of fulfilling your soul contract. It comes with the work, sacrifice, and honor. Look at Moses, who spent 40 years in the desert, preparing to lead the Israelites out of slavery, or David, who faced countless battles and betrayals before ascending to the throne of Israel. These individuals were not born into power, but earned it through their unwavering faith, their courageous actions, and their willingness to sacrifice everything for the sake of their divine calling. But what does it all mean? That chosen one is what we will explore in the next video, where we will unlock the specific blessings, the unique opportunities, and the extraordinary potential that awaits you as you step into your anointing and claim your divine inheritance. Chosen one, what if the key to unlocking your divine inheritance lies not in relentless striving or superhuman effort, but in unwavering confidence? What if the very thing holding you back from stepping into your anointing, from claiming your birthright, is the insidious whisper of self-doubt, the persistent feeling of inadequacy that gnaws at your soul? What if the architects have cunningly weaponized your insecurities, using them as invisible chains to bind you to a life of unfulfilled potential? What if self-doubt is a tool used by the architects to keep you from fulfilling your purpose? They understand that confidence is a divine force, a catalyst for manifestation, a key that unlocks the unseen realms. They know that when you believe in yourself, when you embrace your worth, when you stand tall in your divine identity, you become an unstoppable force for good, a beacon of light that shatters the darkness. Therefore, they relentlessly attack your self-esteem, bombarding you with negative thoughts, triggering past traumas, and surrounding you with influences that undermine your confidence. But let's be clear, divine confidence is not ego-based arrogance or pride. It's not about puffing yourself up or looking down on others. It's about recognizing the divine spark within you, the inherent worth and value that God has instilled in every single one of His chosen ones. It is rooted in humility, in faith, and in self-love, a deep and unwavering conviction that you are capable of fulfilling your purpose, not because of your own strength, but because of the power of God working through you. This divine confidence empowers you to overcome fear, to take risks, to boldly pursue your calling, knowing that you are not alone, that you are supported by the universe, and that you are guided by the hand of God. Consider the story of Gideon, Judges 6:7. Gideon was a humble farmer, hiding in a winepress, when the angel of the Lord appeared to him and declared, "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." Gideon, riddled with self-doubt, questioned his own abilities, protesting that he was the least in his family and the weakest in his tribe. Yet God saw something in Gideon that he couldn't see in himself, a potential for greatness, a capacity for courage, and a willingness to trust in the divine plan. God didn't choose Gideon because he was strong or confident, but because he was willing to step out in faith, to trust that God would empower him to accomplish the impossible. Gideon had to trust that God was with him, even though he was an unlikely leader. And what happened when he finally embraced that trust? He led a small army of 300 men to victory against a vastly superior enemy, liberating Israel from oppression and fulfilling his divine calling. What if that confidence could unlock the seen and unseen world? Chosen one, what if you could speed up the manifestation process, accelerating your journey towards fulfilling your soul contract? What if the dreams you've been holding on to, the visions you've been nurturing, are not just wishful thinking, but glimpses of your divine destiny, waiting to be brought into reality? What if you aren't dreaming big enough? What if soul contract activation unlocks access to higher levels of manifestation power, amplifying your ability to create the life you were meant to live? You must understand that the universe operates on the law of attraction, the principle that like attracts like. Your thoughts, emotions, and actions create a magnetic field that draws corresponding experiences into your life. When your thoughts are aligned with your desires, when your emotions are filled with faith and gratitude, when your actions are congruent with your goals, you become a powerful magnet, attracting abundance, opportunity, and fulfillment into your reality. But it's not enough to simply wish for something or hope for it to happen. You must actively participate in the manifestation process, aligning your thoughts, emotions, and actions with your desired outcomes. This means cultivating a positive mindset, focusing on what you want rather than what you lack, and visualizing yourself already achieving your goals. It also means taking inspired action, following your intuition, and seizing opportunities that align with your purpose. You must use affirmations, visualization, and gratitude to amplify manifestation efforts. Speak your desires into existence, affirming your worthiness to receive them. Visualize yourself living the life you desire, feeling the emotions of joy, gratitude, and fulfillment. And cultivate an attitude of gratitude, appreciating the blessings you already have in your life, knowing that more is on the way. As Matthew 7:7 states, "Ask and it will be given to you, seek and you will find, knock and the door will be opened to you." This is not just a passive request, but an active and intentional engagement with the divine, a bold declaration of your desires, and an unwavering belief in your ability to receive them. Claim what is rightfully yours, chosen one, for you are a child of God, and you are entitled to all the blessings and abundance that the universe has to offer. But what is the real work that fuels the manifestation? Chosen one, what if your greatest power comes not from personal gain, not from the pursuit of wealth or fame, but from selfless service to others? What if the key to unlocking your full potential lies in using your gifts and talents to make a positive impact on the world, to uplift those around you, and to contribute to the greater good? The chosen one has to understand service to others. What if true fulfillment lies not in accumulating personal power, but in channeling divine power through acts of kindness, compassion, and generosity? Every act of service creates a ripple effect of positive energy that amplifies your own blessings, attracting abundance, opportunity, and fulfillment into your life. When you give freely, without expecting anything in return, you open yourself to receive even more blessings from the universe. But service isn't just about tangible actions. It's about the energy and intention behind those actions. Are you giving from a place of genuine care and compassion, or are you giving out of obligation or a desire for recognition? The universe knows the difference, and it responds accordingly. Think of Mother Teresa, whose selfless service to the poor and sick inspired millions and transformed the world. She didn't seek personal gain or recognition, but dedicated her life to alleviating suffering and spreading love. Her actions created a ripple effect of positive energy that continues to inspire and uplift people around the world. This type of service is not always easy. It requires sacrifice, dedication, and a willingness to put others' needs before your own. But the rewards are immeasurable, a deep sense of fulfillment, a connection to something larger than yourself, and the knowledge that you are making a real difference in the world. What if that type of energy could also attract negative attention? What if fulfilling your soul contract requires sacrifices and difficult choices, forcing you to step outside of your comfort zone, to confront your fears, and to walk a path that few others understand? Chosen one, what if the journey of the chosen one is not always easy or comfortable? What if embracing your divine destiny demands that you relinquish certain comforts, relationships, and even aspects of your identity? The path of purpose often requires sacrificing comfort, security, and approval from others. It may mean giving up a stable job to pursue a passion, ending a toxic relationship to protect your energy, or walking away from a familiar environment to embrace a new calling. It may also mean facing criticism, rejection, and even persecution from those who don't understand your path or who feel threatened by your light. And it's important to know this may happen from those closest to you. But embracing these sacrifices can lead to greater fulfillment and a deeper sense of purpose, forging you into the powerful, resilient, and purpose-driven individual you were meant to be. It may require you to relinquish control, to surrender to the divine plan, and to trust that everything is happening for your highest good, even when it doesn't make sense. Remember Jesus' sacrifice on the cross, a sacrifice that was hard to follow and understand, but a sacrifice that saved the world. Where do you find the strength to make those sacrifices? What if you could access unlimited strength and guidance from a higher power, drawing upon divine resources to navigate the difficult times and overcome any obstacle? What if unwavering faith and trust in the divine plan are essential for navigating the difficult times? What if the challenges seemed insurmountable? What if cultivating a deeper connection with the divine through prayer, meditation, and surrender is the key to unlocking your full potential, allowing you to tap into the infinite wisdom, power, and love that resides within you? Prayer is your direct line to God, a conduit for receiving guidance, strength, and protection. It's a conversation with the divine, a space for expressing your needs, your desires, and your gratitude. Meditation is a practice of quieting the mind, of tuning into the stillness within, and of connecting with your inner wisdom. It's a way of accessing deeper levels of consciousness, of receiving insights, and of cultivating inner peace. And surrender is the act of relinquishing control, of trusting that God is working all things together for your good, even when you cannot see the path ahead. It's a recognition that you are not alone, that you are supported by the universe, and that you are guided by the hand of God. And what happens when you don't understand the plan? Noah building the ark with no sign of rain is a perfect example of trusting when it's hard to. He trusted God, and he saved his family and the animals of the world. This faith is what is asked of you, chosen one. So, how does one learn to trust the plan, especially if things are not going well? Chosen one, what if what you define as destruction is only preparation for a major transformation, a necessary dismantling of old structures and beliefs that paves the way for new growth and expansion? What if the end, you fear, is simply the beginning of something even greater, a phoenix rising from the ashes of what once was? What if old doors have to close and old bridges must burn to make way for the new, allowing you to step into your full potential and embrace your divine destiny with unwavering conviction? This often manifests as a period of intense upheaval, a time of chaos and uncertainty when everything seems to be falling apart. You may lose your job, your relationships may crumble, or your health may suffer. But this is not a sign of failure, but a sign of transformation, a necessary cleansing of old patterns and energies that are no longer serving you. Consider the phoenix, a mythical creature who dies in flames and rises from the ashes, reborn more beautiful and powerful than before. This is a powerful metaphor for the transformative process, a reminder that even in the midst of destruction, there is always the potential for renewal, for growth, and for rebirth. Is this really the end, or is this the beginning? We'll discuss that in the next video. Chosen one, what if what appears to be a devastating ending is, in reality, a carefully orchestrated opportunity for a brand new beginning perfectly aligned with your soul contract? What if that setback was designed to propel you toward what you have always dreamed of? This requires a shift in perception, a reframing of your reality. You see, these apparent failures, these moments of profound loss or disappointment, often serve a critical purpose. They dismantle limiting structures and create space for opportunities that would not have otherwise been possible. Think of a caterpillar confined to its cocoon. Its world is small, dark, and limited. But the destruction of that familiar world is precisely what allows it to transform into a butterfly, soaring to new heights and experiencing a world of vibrant colors and boundless freedom. In the same way, The endings in your life may feel painful and disorienting, but they are often a necessary catalyst for your spiritual evolution, for the fulfillment of your divine potential. The key is to embrace these endings with faith and trust, knowing that they are leading you towards something far greater than you can currently imagine. These endings are opportunities in disguise, moments of divine redirection, guiding you toward a path that is more aligned with your soul's purpose. Consider the story of Ruth in the Bible. Ruth experienced devastating loss early in her life, facing the death of her husband in a foreign land, far from her family and culture. She was left with nothing, seemingly without hope or a future. But instead of succumbing to despair, Ruth chose to embrace her new circumstances with unwavering faith and a willingness to embrace a new path. She clung to her mother-in-law, Naomi, and together they returned to Naomi's homeland, Bethlehem. Ruth humbled herself, gleaning in the fields to provide for them, demonstrating resilience and a strong work ethic. And it was in those fields that she met Boaz, a kinsman of Naomi's late husband, who was a man of wealth and integrity. Boaz was drawn to Ruth's kindness, her loyalty, and her unwavering faith. He ultimately redeemed her and Naomi, marrying Ruth and providing them with security and a future. Ruth went on to become the great-grandmother of King David, an ancestor of Jesus Christ. Her story is a testament to the power of faith, resilience, and the willingness to embrace new beginnings, even in the face of profound loss. Ruth's hardship led to a royal lineage. Now that you have the correct perspective, what steps are needed to take to change your perspective, or even your life? How does one begin to perceive hardship as opportunity? The answer lies in the unseen. Chosen one, what if the most critical skill for fulfilling your soul contract is the ability to discern true divine guidance from the deceptive whispers of the ego? What if your intuition is a compass pointing you to your destiny? Many chosen ones struggle to distinguish between their intuition and their own desires or fears, leading them down paths that are ultimately unfulfilling or even harmful. Consider this. Imagine a scenario where an individual is offered a lucrative job opportunity that promises financial security and prestige. However, their intuition is sending them warning signals, a deep unease that they can't quite explain. If they ignore their intuition and make the decision based solely on ego-driven desires for wealth and status, they may find themselves in a toxic work environment, feeling stressed, unfulfilled, and disconnected from their true purpose. Conversely, imagine a different scenario where an individual feels a strong intuitive pull to pursue a creative project, even though it seems risky and impractical. If they trust their intuition and take the leap of faith, they may discover hidden talents, unlock new opportunities, and ultimately find a deep sense of fulfillment and purpose. The ability to discern between ego and intuition is paramount. One leads to external validation, the other to internal fulfillment. Intuitive guidance feels peaceful, clear, and aligned with love and compassion, while ego-driven impulses feel anxious, urgent, and self-serving. Your intuition speaks in whispers, nudges, and subtle feelings, while your ego shouts, demands, and manipulates. How can you strengthen your ability to hear the divine whisper? You can begin by practicing meditation, quieting the mind and creating space for inner listening. You can cultivate mindfulness, paying attention to your thoughts, feelings, and bodily sensations without judgment. Spending time in nature can also help to clear your energy field and connect with the wisdom of the earth. Journaling is a powerful tool for exploring your inner landscape, identifying patterns, and gaining clarity on your path. And finally, pray for discernment, asking God to reveal the truth and to guide you towards your highest good. Elijah, one of God's greatest prophets, had to learn how to discern God's still, small voice amidst the chaos and noise of the world. In 1 Kings 19:11-13, Elijah experienced a powerful manifestation of God's presence, but it wasn't in the wind, the earthquake, or the fire. It was in the still, small voice that followed. After the fire, there was the sound of a gentle whisper. When Elijah heard it, he pulled his cloak over his face and went out and stood at the mouth of the cave. Then a voice said to him, "What are you doing here, Elijah?" Elijah had to quiet his mind, his fears, and his expectations in order to truly hear and receive God's guidance. He had to detach from the drama and the spectacle and tune into the subtle frequency of divine communication. This is how God speaks to the chosen one. Now, how to put that intuition to practice so that you can live your destiny. This is where the waters get deep. Chosen one, what if the key to manifesting your desires is not relentless striving, but rather a deep sense of detachment from the outcome? What if what you're seeking is seeking you? What if you are hindering its arrival by trying to force it? Chosen one, you must understand the power of surrendering to the divine plan, trusting that everything is unfolding perfectly, even when it doesn't make sense. This doesn't mean passively sitting back and waiting for things to happen. It means taking inspired action, following your intuition, and doing your part to co-create your reality while simultaneously releasing attachment to specific outcomes. You see, when you cling tightly to your desires, you create resistance, blocking the flow of abundance and preventing the universe from working its magic. But when you release your grip, when you trust that God has a plan for your life, you open yourself to receive even greater blessings than you could have imagined. You may have a specific vision in mind, but God's vision for you may be far grander, more fulfilling, and more aligned with your soul's purpose. Consider Jesus' teaching on not worrying about tomorrow in Matthew 6:25-34. He encouraged his followers to focus on the present moment, to trust that God will provide for their needs, and to not be consumed by anxiety about the future. Jesus knew that worry and anxiety are energy vampires, draining your vitality, clouding your judgment, and preventing you from living in the fullness of the present moment. By focusing on the present and trusting in God's provision, you can release attachment to specific outcomes and allow the universe to work its magic. Seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well. Therefore, do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own. This is not permission for inaction, but rather a call to present action. Where do you find the resolve to release when the pressure is on? The resolve is found in knowing who you are. This understanding is what makes you strong. You are not alone. Chosen one, what if you are surrounded by powerful allies in the seen and unseen realms who are eager to support you on your soul contract journey? What if the divine has placed guardians around you? What if the support you need is closer than you think? Many chosen ones feel isolated or unsupported, hindering their progress and dimming their light. You have access to angels, spirit guides, ascended masters, and other benevolent beings who are always available to offer guidance, protection, and assistance. Angels are messengers of God, divine beings of light, who are tasked with protecting and guiding humanity. Spirit guides are loving entities who have lived on earth and who have agreed to assist you on your spiritual journey. Ascended masters are enlightened beings who have transcended the cycle of birth and death, and who now offer their wisdom and support to those who are on the path of enlightenment. How can you connect with these divine allies? Through prayer, meditation, and automatic writing, you can open the lines of communication and receive their messages. Ask for their guidance, trust their wisdom, and be open to receiving their help. Remember, you are not alone. Daniel and the angel who brought him divine messages and protection is a beacon of hope. In Daniel 10, Daniel was fasting and praying, seeking understanding of a prophetic vision. An angel appeared to him, bringing him divine messages and strengthening him in his time of need. The angel revealed that he had been sent in response to Daniel's prayers, but that he had been delayed by spiritual forces. The angel's arrival brought Daniel clarity, guidance, and renewed strength to continue on his path. Calling upon these unseen forces for guidance and support is not a sign of weakness, but a sign of strength. It demonstrates humility, faith, and a willingness to receive the divine assistance that is always available to you. But there are forces that seek to deceive you as well. How does the chosen one know who is on their side and who is working against them? This is the ultimate test. Not everyone has good intentions. What if some individuals or entities are actively trying to sabotage your soul contract fulfillment through manipulation, deception, or negative energy? What if these forces are using your loved ones against you? Chosen ones must be vigilant and discerning, protecting their energy and guarding their hearts against those who seek to drain their light. These deceivers often gaslight, control, criticize, or drain your energy, leaving you feeling confused, exhausted, and disempowered. They may subtly undermine your confidence, manipulate your emotions, or try to steer you away from your true path. These individuals are energy vampires, feeding off your vitality and leaving you feeling depleted and drained. They may appear to be supportive or helpful, but their underlying intentions are often self-serving or even malicious. How can you protect yourself from these manipulative influences? By setting firm boundaries, cutting cords with toxic people, and surrounding yourself with positive energy. By trusting your intuition, honoring your needs, and prioritizing your well-being. And by remembering that you have the power to choose who you allow into your life and who you keep at a distance. Remember Jesus' warnings about false prophets and wolves in sheep's clothing in Matthew 7:15-20. He cautioned his followers to be wary of those who appear to be righteous, but whose hearts are far from God. Watch out for false prophets. They come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ferocious wolves. By their fruit you will recognize them. Do people pick grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? Likewise, every good tree bears good fruit, but a bad tree bears bad fruit. Every good tree bears good fruit, but a bad tree bears bad fruit. A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, and a bad tree cannot bear good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. Thus, by their fruit you will recognize them. The importance of testing the spirits and discerning true intentions. Not everyone who claims to be a friend is truly on your side. Not everyone who offers guidance is truly leading you towards your highest good. You must learn to trust your intuition, to observe the actions of others, and to discern the true intentions behind their words. How can the chosen one make sure that they are not being deceived? What test must be used? Chosen one, we will cover this topic in our next video. Chosen one, what if the greatest deception you face comes from within? What if your unacknowledged shadow self is sabotaging your soul contract? The shadow is what the deceivers use. Your shadow is the part of you that you try to hide, the aspects of yourself that you deem unacceptable or unworthy. It's the repository of your repressed emotions, your deepest fears, and your limiting beliefs. It's the anger you're afraid to express, the vulnerability you try to suppress, and the insecurities you desperately try to hide. But here's the catch. What you resist persists. The more you try to bury your shadow, the more power it has over you. It operates in the unconscious, influencing your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors without your awareness. It subtly sabotages your relationships, your career, and your spiritual growth. It whispers doubts in your ear, fueling your fears and holding you back from your full potential. The shadow is not inherently evil. It's simply the unintegrated parts of yourself seeking acknowledgement and healing. Ignoring it doesn't make it disappear. Instead, it festers and grows, becoming a breeding ground for negativity and self-sabotage. Recognizing and integrating it is the key to unlocking your wholeness. The shadow is the doorway. Acknowledging and integrating your shadow self is not about becoming perfect. It's about becoming whole. It's about embracing all aspects of yourself, even the ones you don't like. It's about bringing the unconscious into the conscious, shining light on the darkness within. This process can be uncomfortable, even painful, but it's essential for your spiritual growth. When you integrate your shadow, you gain access to untapped sources of creativity, passion, and power. You become more authentic, more compassionate, and more resilient. You're no longer controlled by your fears and insecurities. You're free to live your life with courage and conviction. So, how do you begin to explore your shadow? Start with journaling, writing down your thoughts and feelings without judgment. Pay attention to your dreams, as they often reveal hidden aspects of your psyche. Practice shadow work, a process of identifying and integrating your shadow qualities through self-reflection and exploration. The path to wholeness lies in embracing the darkness within. Consider the story Jesus told of the Pharisee and the tax collector in Luke 18:9-14. The Pharisee, full of pride, stood and prayed about himself, thanking God that he was not like other men, robbers, evildoers, adulterers, or even like this tax collector. He fasted twice a week and gave a tenth of all he got. But the tax collector, standing at a distance, would not even look up to heaven, but beat his breast and said, "God, have mercy on me, a sinner." Jesus declared that it was the tax collector, not the Pharisee, who went home justified before God. Why? Because the Pharisee was blinded by his own self-righteousness, unable to acknowledge his own flaws and imperfections. He was unwilling to confront his shadow, to admit that he was not as perfect as he believed himself to be. The tax collector, on the other hand, was honest about his shortcomings, acknowledging his sinfulness and seeking God's mercy. He was willing to confront his shadow, to take responsibility for his actions, and to seek forgiveness. It was his humility and his willingness to acknowledge his darkness that made him righteous in God's eyes. Now that you can see into the darkness, how can you bring it into the light? Chosen one, what if your soul contract is not just about your individual journey, but also about healing the wounds of your ancestors and breaking generational chains? What if you are called to free your bloodline? You are connected to your ancestors through your DNA, through your family history, and through the collective unconscious. You inherit not only their physical traits, but also their emotional patterns, their beliefs, and their traumas. These ancestral wounds can manifest in your life as repeating patterns of addiction, abuse, poverty, or illness. They can hold you back from fulfilling your potential, sabotaging your relationships, your career, and your spiritual growth. But here's the good news. You have the power to heal these ancestral wounds and break these generational chains. You can choose to rewrite your family history, to create a new legacy of healing, love, and abundance. This is not just about you. It's about freeing your descendants from the burden of the past. It's about creating a brighter future for generations to come. What did you inherit? Take a close look at your family history. What patterns do you see repeating themselves? Is there a history of addiction, abuse, poverty, or illness? Are there unresolved conflicts, secrets, or traumas that have been passed down through the generations? Once you identify these patterns, you can begin to heal them. Start with forgiveness, forgiving your ancestors for their mistakes, and releasing any resentment you may be holding onto. Practice ancestral healing rituals, such as creating an altar to honor your ancestors, writing letters to them, or meditating on their lives. Consider family constellation therapy, a powerful technique for uncovering and resolving ancestral traumas. Remember, you are not responsible for your ancestors' actions, but you are responsible for healing your own wounds. By doing so, you not only heal yourself, but also break the chains that bind your family to the past. This frees your bloodline. Consider a real family and their struggles with alcohol. For generations, alcoholism had plagued this family, destroying relationships, careers, and lives. Children grew up in dysfunctional homes, witnessing the devastating effects of addiction firsthand. They vowed never to repeat the cycle, but many of them fell into the same trap, succumbing to the allure of alcohol. One woman, however, decided to break the chain. She sought help for her own addiction, undergoing therapy, attending support groups, and immersing herself in spiritual practices. As she healed her own wounds, she began to see the ancestral patterns that had contributed to her family's struggles. She forgave her parents and grandparents for their mistakes, releasing the resentment she had been holding onto for years. She began to speak openly about her family's history of addiction, breaking the silence and shame that had kept them trapped for so long. And as she healed, she created a ripple effect, inspiring other members of her family to seek help and break free from the cycle of addiction. She had broken the curse. Where to find the power to break those curses? Chosen one, what if your voice is the key to unlocking your destiny? What if speaking your truth with courage and clarity is essential for fulfilling your soul contract? Your voice is a powerful tool for healing, inspiring, and creating change. It's the instrument through which you express your thoughts, your feelings, and your unique perspective on the world. It's the means by which you connect with others, build relationships, and create community. But for many chosen ones, their voice has been silenced, suppressed, or distorted. They've been told to be quiet, to not rock the boat, to conform to expectations. They've been shamed for speaking their truth, criticized for expressing their opinions, or rejected for being different. As a result, they've learned to hide their voice, to hold back their thoughts, and to stifle their creativity. But now is the time to reclaim your voice, to speak your truth with courage and clarity, and to use your voice to make a positive impact on the world. The world needs your voice. Now is the time to be heard. Overcome your fear of judgment, criticism, or rejection, and speak your truth with authenticity and conviction. Start by identifying the areas in your life where you're holding back, where you're afraid to speak your mind, where you're compromising your values. Then, begin to express yourself in small, safe ways. Share your thoughts and feelings with trusted friends or family members. Practice speaking up in meetings or group discussions. Start a blog or a journal to express your ideas and opinions. Take a public speaking class to develop your communication skills. Join a choir or a singing group to free your voice and express your emotions. Create art that reflects your unique perspective on the world. The more you use your voice, the stronger it will become. The more you speak your truth, the more confident you will become. And the more you express yourself authentically, the more you will attract people and opportunities that align with your soul's purpose. It's time to let your voice ring. God often uses people who are often timid. Moses, for example, was initially reluctant to answer God's call to lead the Israelites out of Egypt, citing his lack of eloquence as a major obstacle. In Exodus 4:10, Moses said to the Lord, "Pardon your servant, Lord. I have never been eloquent, neither in the past nor since you have spoken to your servant. I am slow of speech and tongue." Moses felt inadequate, insecure, and unworthy of the task, but God reassured him, promising to be with him and to teach him what to say. Despite his initial hesitation, Moses ultimately answered God's call and became one of the greatest leaders in history. He spoke truth to power, confronting Pharaoh and demanding the release of his people. He led the Israelites through the wilderness, guiding them towards the promised land. And he delivered God's law to the people, shaping their culture and their destiny. Moses' story is a testament to the power of God to use ordinary people to accomplish extraordinary things. It's a reminder that even if you feel timid or inadequate, God can empower you to speak your truth and fulfill your purpose. Now that you can speak, how can you become a messenger? Chosen one, what if your soul contract requires you to share your gifts, talents, and wisdom with the world in a bigger way? What if staying hidden is no longer an option? You have been given unique gifts and talents for a reason: to serve others, to create positive change, and to fulfill your divine purpose. You have a message to share, a story to tell, and a unique perspective to offer the world. And now is the time to step into your role as a messenger of light and truth. It's time to stop hiding your gifts, stop downplaying your talents, and stop doubting your worth. The world needs what you have to offer. Your gifts can heal, inspire, and transform lives. Your talents can create beauty, innovation, and progress, and your wisdom can guide, enlighten, and empower others. So embrace your calling, step into your power, and share your gifts with the world in a bigger way. Staying hidden is no longer an option. Your soul contract is calling you to shine. Now it is time to share. How do you identify your unique gifts and talents and use them to serve others and create positive change? Start by reflecting on your passions, your interests, and your natural abilities. What do you love to do? What comes easily to you? What makes you feel alive and energized? These are clues to your unique gifts and talents. Ask your friends, family members, and colleagues what they admire about you, what they see as your strengths, and what they appreciate about your contributions. Their feedback can provide valuable insights into your hidden talents. Experiment with different activities, projects, and roles to discover what you're good at and what you enjoy. Don't be afraid to try new things and step outside your comfort zone. Once you identify your gifts and talents, Find ways to use them to serve others and create positive change. Teach a class, mentor a student, volunteer your time, create art that inspires, start a business that solves a problem, or write a book that empowers. The possibilities are endless. Paul and his ministry is a strong example. The Apostle Paul, originally known as Saul, was a highly educated and zealous Pharisee who initially persecuted Christians. However, after a transformative encounter with Jesus on the road to Damascus, Paul became a devoted follower of Christ and a powerful messenger of the gospel. He traveled extensively throughout the Roman Empire, preaching the good news, establishing churches, and writing letters to encourage and guide believers. Paul used his intellectual gifts to articulate the Christian faith in a clear and compelling way, engaging with philosophers, theologians, and ordinary people alike. He shared his personal testimony with boldness and conviction, inspiring countless individuals to embrace the transformative power of Christ. Paul's ministry was not without its challenges. He faced persecution, imprisonment, and opposition from those who rejected his message. Yet he remained steadfast in his commitment to sharing the gospel, knowing that his gifts were meant to be used for the glory of God and the salvation of souls. Not everyone is going to like your message. Chosen one, what if fulfilling your soul contract requires you to walk a path that few others understand or support? What if you face criticism, rejection, or isolation along the way? The path of a chosen one is not always easy. It's often filled with challenges, obstacles, and setbacks. You may encounter criticism, rejection, or isolation from those who don't understand your calling, who don't share your vision, or who are threatened by your light. You may feel like you're walking alone, like you're the only one who sees the truth, like you're the only one who cares. But take heart, you are not alone. There have been countless chosen ones throughout history who have faced similar challenges. They persevered despite the opposition, they stayed true to their calling, and they ultimately fulfilled their divine purpose. And so can you. How to stay the course. Maintain your faith, trust your intuition, and surround yourself with supportive people who believe in your vision. Connect with nature, set healthy boundaries, practice self-care, nourish your body, mind, and spirit. Protect your energy from negative influences. Stay focused on your goals, celebrate your progress, and remember why you started. And know that even in the darkest of times, God is with you, guiding you, protecting you, and empowering you to fulfill your soul contract. This is how you stay the course. Consider Noah ridiculed for building the ark. Noah was a righteous man who lived in a world filled with wickedness and corruption. God instructed Noah to build an ark, a massive vessel that would save his family and a remnant of the animal kingdom from a devastating flood. Noah obeyed God's instructions despite the ridicule and skepticism of his neighbors. They mocked him, they scoffed at his efforts, and they dismissed his warnings. They couldn't understand why he was building a boat in the middle of dry land. But Noah didn't let their criticism deter him. He remained steadfast in his faith, trusting that God knew what he was doing. He persevered despite the opposition, completing the ark and preparing for the flood. And when the flood came, Noah and his family were spared, while the rest of the world perished. Noah's story is a testament to the power of faith, obedience, and perseverance in the face of ridicule and opposition. It's a reminder that even when others don't understand your calling, you must stay true to your path and trust that God will guide you. Not only will they not understand, they will actively oppose. Chosen one, what if deception is the biggest weapon? The weapon is the lie. It is the opposite of truth. Equipped to wield the truth, use it as a sword to cut through deception, manipulation, and negative influences. The world is filled with deception. From subtle lies to blatant falsehoods, deception is used to manipulate, control, and exploit others. It's used to hide the truth, distort reality, and promote self-serving agendas. It's used to divide, conquer, and destroy. The deceivers know that if they can control what you believe, they can control what you do. That is why it is vital to discern truth from falsehood. You can do this by questioning everything, seeking evidence, and trusting your intuition. You can also learn to recognize the tactics of deception, such as gaslighting, projection, and manipulation. It is through recognition of these methods of deception that you become wise. Consider the story of Jesus calling out the hypocrisy of the Pharisees in Matthew 23. Jesus fearlessly exposed their self-righteousness, their love of money, and their disregard for the poor and the oppressed. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You shut the door of the kingdom of heaven in people's faces. You yourselves do not enter, nor will you let those enter who are trying to. Jesus wielded the sword of truth with precision and power, cutting through the Pharisees' deception and revealing their true motives. This is how to wield truth with power. How do you know if you are using the sword? Chosen one, what if the secret to unlocking unlimited abundance in all areas of your life is simply cultivating a deep sense of gratitude for what you already have? What if gratitude is the key? The architects are always at work, designing patterns of abundance, living in abundance. Cultivate a deep sense of gratitude for what you already have, not just what you desire. Shift your focus from lack to abundance, from scarcity to prosperity. Appreciate the blessings in your life, big and small. The roof over your head, the food on your table, the love of your family, the beauty of nature, the gift of life itself. When you focus on what you have, you attract more of the same. Gratitude is a powerful magnet, drawing abundance into your life. You can do this by keeping a gratitude journal, writing down 3 things you're grateful for each day, praying with gratitude, thanking God for His blessings, expressing appreciation to others, letting them know how much you value their presence in your life. The more you cultivate gratitude, the more abundant your life will become. The loaves of bread that feed 5,000 is a strong biblical example of abundance. In Matthew 14:13-21, Jesus miraculously fed a crowd of over 5,000 people with only 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish. When Jesus looked up and saw a great crowd coming toward him, he said to Philip, "Where shall we buy bread for these people to eat?" Jesus took the 5 loaves and the 2 fish, looked up to heaven, and gave thanks. Then he broke the loaves and gave them to the disciples, and the disciples gave them to the people. All ate and were satisfied, and the disciples picked up 12 basketfuls of broken pieces that were left over. Jesus demonstrated the power of gratitude, taking what little they had and giving thanks to God. And as a result, he was able to multiply the food and feed a multitude of people. This miracle is a testament to the power of gratitude to unlock abundance, to transform scarcity into plenty, and to meet the needs of all. What is the next step on this journey? Chosen one, what if your ego is the biggest obstacle standing in the way of your destiny? It's so tempting to take credit for what the divine is doing, isn't it? But what if humility is the most powerful weapon in your arsenal? You must understand the critical need to surrender your ego to divine guidance. Failure to do so will only lead to further obstruction in the path towards fulfilling your soul contract. Let's break this down. The ego, in simplest terms, is the I, the part of you that identifies with your thoughts, feelings, and experiences. It's the voice in your head that tells you who you are, what you want, and what you deserve. While the ego serves a purpose in helping you navigate the world, it can also become a major hindrance to your spiritual growth. When your ego is in control, you become attached to your own ideas, opinions, and desires. You become resistant to new perspectives, critical of others, and focused on your own self-importance. This creates a barrier between you and the divine, preventing you from receiving guidance and inspiration from higher realms. So how do you recognize ego-driven thoughts and behaviors? Look for signs of pride, arrogance, self-righteousness, and a constant need for control. Do you find yourself constantly seeking validation from others? Are you quick to judge or criticize? Do you struggle to admit when you're wrong? These are all red flags indicating that your ego is in the driver's seat. Cultivating humility, on the other hand, involves surrendering your ego to the divine. It means acknowledging that you are not the source of your own success, but rather a vessel through which God's will is manifested. Here's a practical path. Cultivate humility through prayer, meditation, service to others, and acknowledging your limitations. Spend time in quiet contemplation, asking for guidance, and surrendering your will to God's. Seek out opportunities to serve others, putting their needs before your own. Practice gratitude, appreciating the blessings in your life and acknowledging the contributions of others. And most importantly, be willing to admit when you're wrong, to apologize for your mistakes, and to learn from your experiences. Is this hard? Chosen one, this is not a simple or easy path, but it is necessary. Consider the story of King Nebuchadnezzar in the book of Daniel. Nebuchadnezzar was a powerful and arrogant ruler who believed that his kingdom was built by his own strength and wisdom. But God humbled him, causing him to lose his mind and live like an animal until he acknowledged God's sovereignty. Daniel 4:34-35 says, "At the end of that time, I, Nebuchadnezzar, raised my eyes toward heaven, and my sanity was restored. Then I praised the Most High. I honored and glorified him who lives forever. His dominion is an eternal dominion. His kingdom endures from generation to generation. All the peoples of the earth are regarded as nothing. He does what he pleases with the powers of heaven and the peoples of the earth. No one can hold back his hand or say to him, 'What have you done?' It was only after Nebuchadnezzar acknowledged God's authority that his sanity and his kingdom were restored to him. Do you understand that pride goes before the fall? Nebuchadnezzar lost everything. So how do you stay humble? Chosen one, what if every choice you make has karmic implications? What if your actions are creating a ripple effect that will either bless or hinder your soul contract fulfillment? You must understand that divine justice is constantly at play. Let's dive deeper into this. Introduce the concept of karma and its relationship to divine justice. Karma is not simply a system of punishment and reward. It's a principle of cause and effect. Every action, every thought, and every intention creates a corresponding reaction in the universe. When you act with love, compassion, and integrity, you create positive karma that attracts abundance, joy, and fulfillment into your life. But when you act with malice, selfishness, or dishonesty, you create negative karma that attracts suffering, hardship, and obstacles. It all matters. Your thoughts matter. Your actions matter. Everything you do creates a ripple effect that impacts not only your own life, but also the lives of others. So how do you align your choices with love, compassion, and integrity to create positive karma and manifest abundance? Pay attention. You can start by being mindful of your thoughts and intentions. Are you approaching situations with a spirit of generosity and kindness, or are you motivated by greed and self-interest? Are you speaking words of encouragement and support, or are you spreading gossip and negativity? Are you acting with honesty and integrity, or are you cutting corners and compromising your values? Every choice you make is an opportunity to create positive karma. When faced with a difficult decision, ask yourself, what would love do? Choose the path that aligns with your highest values, even if it's not the easiest or most convenient. Remember that your actions have consequences. Take responsibility for your choices and be willing to make amends for any harm you may have caused. This demonstrates respect for the creation of your own life and the lives of others. Relate this to the teaching of reaping what you sow, Galatians 6:7. Galatians 6:7 says, "Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows." This verse highlights the fundamental principle of karma. What you put out into the world, you will receive back in return. If you sow seeds of kindness, compassion, and generosity, you will reap a harvest of love, joy, and abundance. But if you sow seeds of hatred, selfishness, and deceit, you will reap a harvest of pain, suffering, and hardship. The choice is yours. You can choose to align your actions with love and create positive karma, or you can choose to indulge in negativity and create negative karma. But remember, whatever you sow, you will reap. So chosen one, sow wisely. So can you pay off your debt? Chosen one, what if unforgiveness is a prison that keeps you bound to the past, preventing you from fully embracing your destiny? Resentment acts as spiritual malware, corrupting your heart and mind, and preventing you from experiencing the fullness of God's love and grace. You must forgive. Explain how to release resentment, anger, and bitterness towards yourself and others through forgiveness. Forgiveness is not condoning the actions of those who have wronged you. It's about releasing yourself from the burden of resentment and bitterness. It's about choosing to let go of the pain and anger that are holding you back from your destiny. When you forgive, you free yourself from the prison of the past and open yourself to the possibility of a brighter future. But how do you forgive, especially when the wounds are deep and the pain is intense? You can begin by acknowledging your feelings. Allow yourself to feel the anger, the sadness, and the pain without judgment. Don't try to suppress your emotions. Instead, allow them to surface and be released. Practice empathy, trying to understand the perspective of those who have wronged you. Recognize that everyone makes mistakes, and that often people act out of their own pain and insecurity. Seek guidance from God through prayer and meditation, asking for help in releasing your resentment and opening your heart to forgiveness. Visualize yourself letting go of the anger and bitterness, releasing it into the light. And most importantly, choose to forgive, even if you don't feel like it. Forgiveness is an act of will, a decision to release yourself from the bondage of the past. Forgive and be free. Use the story of Jesus forgiving those who crucified him, Luke 23:34, as an example of unconditional love. Luke 23:34 says, Jesus said, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing." Even as he was being crucified, Jesus offered forgiveness to those who were inflicting pain and suffering upon him. He understood that they were acting out of ignorance and fear, and he chose to respond with love and compassion. Jesus' example of unconditional love and forgiveness is a powerful reminder that we too can choose to release resentment and bitterness, even in the face of great pain and injustice. Chosen one, do not let bitterness define your life, but some of these scars are deep. Chosen one, what if your deepest wounds are actually sacred portals to wisdom, compassion, and strength? It's tempting to ignore the past, but it holds the key to unlocking your full potential. Pain is a message. You must present the idea of honoring your pain and transforming it into a source of healing and inspiration for yourself and others. Your emotional wounds, the traumas you've experienced, and the challenges you've overcome are not simply blemishes on your soul. They are sacred portals that can lead you to profound wisdom, deep compassion, and unwavering strength. When you honor your pain, you acknowledge its presence, you explore its meaning, and you allow it to transform you into a more resilient, compassionate, and wise human being. But how do you identify and process your emotional wounds? How can you transform pain into purpose? You can start by creating a safe space for yourself to explore your emotions without judgment. This might involve journaling, talking to a therapist or counselor, or engaging in creative expressions such as painting, writing, or music. Allow yourself to feel the pain, the anger, the sadness, and the fear without trying to suppress or deny it. Then, begin to explore the meaning behind your emotions. What lessons can you learn from your experiences? How can you use your pain to help others? Remember, your wounds are not a sign of weakness. They are a testament to your strength, your resilience, and your capacity for love. So, embrace your pain, honor your wounds, and allow them to transform you into the person you were always meant to be. This is part of why it hurts, so that you can help others. Share stories of individuals who have overcome trauma. Consider survivors of abuse who become advocates. Many survivors of abuse have transformed their pain into purpose by becoming advocates for others who have experienced similar trauma. They share their stories, they raise awareness, and they fight for justice, using their pain to create positive change in the world. Their experiences are a testament to the power of the human spirit to heal, to overcome, and to transform even the deepest wounds into sources of strength and inspiration. Chosen one, you have the power to do the same. What is the plan to honor this sacred wound? Chosen one, what if the apparent coincidences are really orchestrated moves? What if the seeming random encounters and chance opportunities are actually divinely orchestrated synchronicities guiding you towards your soul contract fulfillment? These are whispers from the divine, meant to guide your every step. Pay attention. Explain how to pay attention to synchronicities and follow the breadcrumbs that lead you towards your destiny. Synchronicities are not random occurrences. They are meaningful coincidences that are designed to guide you towards your soul's purpose. They are messages from the universe, nudges from your higher self, and signs that you are on the right track. When you pay attention to synchronicities, you begin to see the divine order in your life, the interconnectedness of all things, and the loving presence that is guiding you every step of the way. But how do you recognize synchronicities and follow the breadcrumbs that lead you towards your destiny? One method. You can start by being present in the moment, paying attention to your thoughts, your feelings, and your surroundings. Notice any patterns, any recurring themes, any unusual events that seem to be trying to get your attention. Keep a journal, writing down your synchronicities and reflecting on their meaning. Meditate regularly, quieting your mind and opening yourself to guidance from the universe. Ask for signs, specifically requesting that the universe send you clear and unmistakable signals, and trust your intuition, following your gut feelings even when they don't make logical sense. The more you pay attention to synchronicities, the more you will see them, and the more you will be guided towards your destiny. Relate it to people finding things they were looking for. Think of the times you've been searching for something and it suddenly appears out of nowhere. It is as if the universe heard your request and guided you to the right place at the right time. These are not accidents. They are synchronicities, signs that you are connected to something bigger than yourself and that you are being guided towards your destiny. Chosen one, there are no accidents. Follow it, chosen one. What if the universe is constantly trying to communicate with you? What if you could learn to tune into the frequencies of divine guidance and receive downloads of inspiration, wisdom, and creative insights? Many chosen ones are unaware of their ability to access higher realms of consciousness, but it is a skill that can be developed and refined with practice. Stay open. You must explain how to create a clear channel for receiving divine downloads through meditation, prayer, and spending time in nature. Divine downloads are not random occurrences. They are the result of creating a clear and open channel for receiving guidance from higher realms. This involves quieting your mind, opening your heart, and aligning yourself with the frequency of love and truth. When you create a clear channel, you become a conduit for divine inspiration, wisdom, and creative insights. But how do you create a clear channel for receiving divine downloads? How? You can start by establishing a regular practice of meditation and prayer, quieting your mind and opening your heart to the presence of God. Spend time in nature, connecting with the earth and allowing yourself to be bathed in the healing energy of the natural world. Practice mindfulness, paying attention to your thoughts, your feelings, and your surroundings without judgment. Ask for guidance, specifically requesting that the universe send you clear and unmistakable signals. And trust your intuition, following your gut feelings even when they don't make logical sense. The more you clear your channel, the more easily you will receive divine downloads and the more aligned you will be with your soul's purpose. Relate this to Moses. Think of Moses receiving the 10 Commandments on Mount Sinai. Moses ascended to the top of the mountain, separated himself from the world, and opened himself to the divine presence. And as a result, he received a download of divine wisdom, a set of principles that would guide the Israelites for generations to come. You too, chosen one, can receive divine downloads when you create a clear channel and open yourself to the higher realms. Test it. Chosen one, what if your thoughts create? The architects want to keep you stuck in a loop of negativity and limitation. It is up to you to break free from this prison. See it, then achieve it. You must explain how to use visualization and affirmations to create a powerful blueprint for your desired reality and attract abundance, love, and fulfillment into your life. Your thoughts are not simply mental events. They are powerful forces that shape your reality. What you think about, you attract. What you believe, you create. When you use visualization and affirmations, you are harnessing the power of your thoughts to create a blueprint for your desired reality, attracting abundance, love, and fulfillment into your life. But how do you use visualization and affirmations effectively? Visualize what you want as if it already exists, using vivid sensory details to create a clear and compelling picture in your mind. Affirm your desired reality with positive statements, speaking as if your dreams have already come true. Repeat your visualizations and affirmations regularly, reinforcing your beliefs and attracting your desires into your life. Believe in your power to create your reality, knowing that you are a co-creator with God. And take inspired action, following your intuition and taking steps towards your goals with faith and confidence. Relate this to biblical scriptures about speaking things into existence. Genesis 1:3 says, "And God said, 'Let there be light,' and there was light." This verse demonstrates the power of words to create reality. God spoke light into existence, and it manifested immediately. You too have the power to speak your desires into existence, using visualization and affirmations to create a blueprint for your desired reality and attract abundance, love, and fulfillment into your life. What's holding you back, chosen one? But now that you have the light, what do you do with it? The architects want to shut out the light, plunging the world into darkness. Don't let them. You are the light. Explain how to use your voice, your gifts, and your actions to advocate for truth, justice, and compassion in a world of darkness. You are not just a passive observer in this world. You are an active participant, a messenger of light, and a force for good. You have been given unique gifts, talents, and wisdom for a reason: to serve others, to create positive change, and to help build a better world. And now is the time to step into your power, to use your voice, your gifts, and your actions to advocate for truth, justice, and compassion in a world of darkness. But how do you do this effectively? Lead the charge. You can start by speaking your truth with courage and clarity, refusing to be silenced by fear or intimidation. Use your gifts and talents to create art, music, writing, or other forms of expression that inspire, uplift, and empower others. Volunteer your time, donate to worthy causes, and support organizations that are working to make a positive impact on the world. Advocate for policies and practices that promote justice, equality, and sustainability. And most importantly, live your life with integrity, demonstrating love, compassion, and kindness in all that you do. The world needs your light, chosen one. Shine brightly, show Jesus standing for justice. Think of Jesus standing up to the money changers in the temple. He was outraged by their greed and corruption, and he fearlessly confronted them, driving them out of the temple with righteous anger. Jesus was not afraid to challenge the status quo, to speak truth to power, and to stand up for what was right. He is a powerful example of how to use your voice, your gifts, and your actions to advocate for truth, justice, and compassion in a world of darkness. You must be a soldier, but what if that path is filled with spiritual attacks? Chosen one, but what if that path is filled with spiritual attacks that leave you exhausted and depleted? What if the constant striving, the relentless pushing, is actually keeping you further away from your purpose? It's time to consider this. What if the most effective action you can take is sometimes no action at all? As chosen ones, you must learn to balance active doing with intentional stillness. You're designed for so much activity, it can be hard to stop. Let's break this down. In your relentless pursuit of fulfilling your soul contract, it's easy to fall into the trap of constant striving, pushing yourself to the brink of exhaustion. You feel the weight of your mission, the urgency of your purpose, and the relentless pressure to make a difference. But what if I told you that this constant striving is actually counterproductive? Burnout is the enemy. It drains your energy, clouds your mind, and diminishes your effectiveness. When you're running on empty, you're more susceptible to negative influences, more prone to making mistakes, and less able to discern the whispers of the divine. Remember, you are a vessel, and a vessel needs to be cleansed and recharged. So, how do you recognize the signs of burnout and prioritize self-care? Pay attention to your body, your mind, and your spirit. Are you feeling constantly tired, overwhelmed, or irritable? Are you struggling to focus, losing interest in things you once enjoyed, or experiencing physical symptoms like headaches or stomach problems? These are all red flags that you're approaching burnout. To combat this, incorporate stillness into your daily routine. Meditation, prayer, spending time in nature, and practicing mindfulness can help you quiet your mind, reconnect with your spirit, and restore your energy. Even just a few minutes of intentional stillness each day can make a profound difference in your overall well-being and your ability to fulfill your soul contract. Consider this: Jesus, in the midst of his demanding ministry, often went to the mountains to pray alone. Luke 5:16 says, "But Jesus often withdrew to lonely places and prayed." Even the Son of God recognized the importance of rest, recharge, and solitude in maintaining his energy and focus. He understood that to effectively serve others, he first needed to nourish his own soul. You too, chosen one, must prioritize self-care as an essential part of your spiritual journey. You are not a machine. You are a divine instrument, and a divine instrument requires careful maintenance. But what if all of this work is pointless and you don't even believe in yourself? Chosen one, you are a unique individual with a divine purpose, and it's okay to recharge. But what if you are not meant to do this alone? What if the path to your destiny is paved with collaboration and support, rather than solitary struggle? The architects would have you believe that chosen ones must thrive in isolation, forging their own paths without the need for connection or community. But I tell you, this is a lie. Surrounding yourself with a supportive tribe is essential for sustaining your energy, maintaining your focus, and ultimately fulfilling your soul contract. Let's break this down further. As chosen ones, you are often faced with unique challenges and responsibilities that can be difficult for others to understand. You may feel isolated, misunderstood, or even rejected by those who don't share your vision or your calling. This is why it's so important to intentionally build a supportive tribe of like-minded individuals who can uplift you, encourage you, and hold you accountable on your journey. But how do you identify and connect with these individuals? Start by seeking out those who share your values, believe in your vision, and resonate with your spirit. Join communities, attend events, and reach out to mentors who can provide guidance and support. Be selective about who you allow into your inner circle, choosing those who will uplift you rather than drain you. Remember, your tribe is not just a source of support. It's also a reflection of who you are and who you're becoming. Choose wisely and surround yourself with those who will help you shine your light even brighter. Consider the example of Jesus and his 12 disciples. These men came from different backgrounds, had different personalities, and brought different strengths to the table. Yet they were united by their shared faith, their commitment to Jesus' teachings, and their willingness to support each other through thick and thin. They shared meals, they shared stories, and they shared the burdens of their ministry. Together, they formed an unbreakable bond that sustained them through trials, persecutions, and ultimately the crucifixion of their leader. As chosen ones, you too can find strength, encouragement, and inspiration in the company of your own supportive tribe. This isn't meant to be a solo mission, but you have to support yourself too. Chosen one, you can have all the support in the world, but what if you secretly hate yourself? What if self-love is not selfish, but essential? The architect attempts to make the chosen one hate themselves, but you must resist that. What if embracing your imperfections and celebrating your strengths is the key to unlocking your full potential and manifesting your desires? I tell you now, chosen ones must learn to love themselves unconditionally. This is not about vanity or arrogance. It's about recognizing your inherent worth as a child of God and treating yourself with the same kindness, compassion, and respect that you would offer to others. Let's break this down. Self-love is not a luxury, it's a necessity. It's the foundation upon which you build your confidence, your resilience, and your ability to manifest your dreams. When you love yourself, you are more likely to take care of your body, to nurture your mind, and to pursue your passions. You are more likely to set healthy boundaries, to stand up for yourself, and to attract positive relationships into your life. But how do you cultivate self-love, especially when you've been conditioned to believe that you're not good enough, that you're flawed, or that you're unworthy of love? You can start by challenging your negative self-talk. Identify the critical voices in your head that tell you you're not good enough, and replace them with positive affirmations that affirm your worth, your beauty, and your potential. Practice self-compassion, treating yourself with the same kindness and understanding that you would offer to a friend who is struggling. Forgive yourself for your mistakes, recognizing that everyone makes them and that they are opportunities for growth and learning. And most importantly, celebrate your strengths, acknowledging your unique gifts, talents, and accomplishments. You are a masterpiece in progress, chosen one. Embrace your imperfections, celebrate your strengths, and love yourself unconditionally. Consider the biblical commandment, love your neighbor as yourself. Mark 12:31. This implies that self-love is not only permissible, but also essential for fulfilling God's will. You cannot truly love and serve others if you do not first love and accept yourself. Self-love is not selfish. It's the foundation upon which all other forms of love are built. It's how God intended it. How do you continue on when others hate you? Chosen one, what if the world hates you and you start to believe them? What if your view of yourself is distorted by past experiences, limiting beliefs, or negative influences? What if the key to unlocking your true potential is seeing yourself through the eyes of God? It's so easy to fall into the trap of believing the negative thoughts, the critical voices, and the hurtful judgments that others project onto you. Let's break this down. You are a divine creation, a masterpiece in progress, and a beloved child of God. Yet, so often you allow the opinions of others to define you, to diminish you, and to rob you of your joy. You compare yourself to others, you dwell on your flaws, and you allow the voices of your critics to drown out the whispers of your own heart. But I tell you now, your true worth is not determined by the opinions of others. It is determined by the love of God. He sees you as perfect, whole, and complete, regardless of your past mistakes, your present imperfections, or your future challenges. So how do you cultivate a deeper connection with the divine and ask for guidance in seeing yourself as God sees you? You can start by spending time in prayer and meditation, quieting your mind, and opening your heart to the presence of God. Ask for guidance in seeing yourself as He sees you, in recognizing your inherent worth, and in embracing your divine potential. Visualize yourself surrounded by God's love, bathed in His light, and filled with His peace. Affirm your worthiness with positive statements such as, I am a beloved child of God, I am worthy of love and respect, and I am capable of achieving my dreams. And most importantly, trust that God's love for you is unconditional, unwavering, and eternal. He sees you as perfect, whole, and complete, and He believes in you even when you don't believe in yourself. Consider the words of Psalm 139:13-16, For you created my inmost being. You knit me together in my mother's womb. Your eyes saw my unformed body. All the days ordained for me were written in your book before one of them came to be. This scripture reveals that God knew you, loved you, and had a plan for you even before you were born. He created you with intention, with purpose, and with a divine destiny to fulfill. So, release the need for external validation, embrace your true identity as a beloved child of God, and begin to see yourself through His loving eyes. What if the attacks get worse? Chosen one, you are loved by God, but what if you are unliked by everyone else? What if constantly seeking approval from others is draining your energy and preventing you from fulfilling your soul contract? What if true freedom comes from releasing the need for external validation and seeking approval from within? The architect wants the chosen one to seek outside help rather than look within. Let's break this down. You are enough. You are complete. You are worthy of love, respect, and belonging simply because you exist. You do not need the approval of others to validate your worth. Your worth is inherent, unshakable, and eternal. Yet, so often you find yourself seeking validation from external sources, craving the approval of others, and measuring your self-worth by their standards. This is a trap, chosen one, a trap that will keep you bound to the opinions of others and prevent you from fully embracing your true potential. So, how do you release the need for external validation and seek approval from within? You can start by cultivating self-acceptance, embracing your imperfections, and celebrating your strengths. Set healthy boundaries, refusing to allow others to define you, to control you, or to diminish you. Trust your intuition, following your inner guidance even when it contradicts the opinions of others. Practice self-compassion, treating yourself with the same kindness, understanding, and forgiveness that you would offer to a friend. And most importantly, remember that your worth is not determined by the opinions of others. It is determined by the love of God, and that love is eternal. Consider the example of Jesus. He knew who he was, he knew what he was here to do, and he remained steadfast in his mission, even in the face of criticism, rejection, and persecution. He did not seek the approval of others. He sought the approval of his Father in heaven, and that was all that mattered. You too, chosen one, can find strength, courage, and resilience in your unwavering commitment to your divine purpose. What if even with that confidence, things go bad? Chosen one, what if even with that confidence and inner strength, you still face setbacks, challenges, and moments of doubt? What if the linear grind is killing your spirit? What if the key to sustained success and fulfillment is honoring the natural cycles of rest, reflection, and renewal? Chosen ones often push themselves to the point of exhaustion, believing that they must constantly be working, striving, and achieving in order to fulfill their soul contract. Let's break this down. You are not a machine. You are a human being, and you are designed to function in cycles. Just as the seasons change, just as the moon waxes and wanes, so too do your energy levels, your motivation, and your inspiration. To ignore these natural cycles is to invite burnout, exhaustion, and ultimately failure. The chosen one is like an instrument, it must be rested and tuned. So how do you honor the cycles of rest, reflection, and renewal in your own life? You can start by paying attention to your body's natural rhythms, noticing when you feel energized and when you feel depleted. Schedule regular periods of rest and relaxation, allowing yourself to fully disconnect from work, responsibilities, and distractions. Engage in activities that nourish your soul, such as spending time in nature, listening to music, or pursuing creative hobbies. Practice mindfulness, paying attention to your thoughts, your feelings, and your surroundings without judgment. And most importantly, trust that periods of rest and reflection are not a sign of weakness, but rather an essential component of sustained success and fulfillment. You cannot pour from an empty cup. Consider the example of the earth itself. It goes through periods of dormancy in the winter, a time of rest and renewal that allows it to regenerate its resources and prepare for the growth of spring. Just as the earth needs its rest, so too do you, chosen one. Embrace the sacred pause, honor your natural cycles, and allow yourself to be renewed, refreshed, and revitalized. That cycle also includes death. Chosen one, what if those cycles include endings? What if every new beginning requires an ending? Chosen ones must learn to release. The caterpillar must dissolve into goo before becoming the butterfly, and you too must be willing to let go of what no longer serves you in order to embrace your full potential. Let's break this down further. Transformation is not always a smooth or comfortable process. It often involves pain, loss, and the surrender of what is familiar and comfortable. It is a dance of death and rebirth, a constant cycle of letting go and embracing new beginnings. So how do you embrace this dance and allow yourself to be transformed? It requires courage, faith, and a willingness to step into the unknown. You can start by identifying what needs to be released, limiting beliefs, toxic relationships, outdated identities, or unfulfilling commitments. Acknowledge the pain of letting go, but trust that it is necessary for your growth. Surrender to the divine plan, knowing that God has a purpose for your life, even when you cannot see it. Practice gratitude for what you have, but do not cling to it so tightly that you prevent yourself from receiving something even better. And celebrate new beginnings, embracing the opportunities that arise as you step into your full potential. Consider the caterpillar becoming a butterfly. The caterpillar must first surrender its old form, dissolving into a chrysalis before emerging as a beautiful butterfly. This process is not always easy, but it is necessary for the caterpillar to fulfill its destiny. You too, chosen one, must be willing to let go of what no longer serves you in order to embrace your full potential. Are you ready for that death? Chosen one, are you constantly running into problems? Are you starting to wonder if you are cursed, perhaps from a generational sin? What if I told you that these never-ending problems aren't punishments, but opportunities in disguise? What if they are not punishments, but precisely calibrated tests designed to activate your soul contract? The architects want you to believe you're cursed, destined for failure, and unworthy of your calling. But the truth is, these constant trials are a sign that you are on the right path, a path that is challenging the enemy. Let's explore this further. These tests aren't random. They appear to be specifically designed around your personal weaknesses, the very areas where you are most vulnerable. Perhaps you struggle with self-doubt, so you face constant criticism. Or maybe you have a hard time with forgiveness, so you are repeatedly betrayed. These trials are not meant to break you, but to expose your weaknesses, forcing you to confront them and ultimately to overcome them. Think of them as opportunities to build spiritual muscle, to develop resilience, and to grow stronger in your faith. Each time you face a challenge and emerge victorious, you become more aligned with your divine purpose, more resistant to the attacks of the enemy, and more prepared for the greater blessings that await you. But you must understand that the architects are doing everything they can to make you fail. Consider the story of Job. He was a righteous man who was tested beyond measure. He lost his wealth, his children, and his health. He was afflicted with painful sores from head to toe. His friends accused him of sin, and his wife told him to curse God and die. Yet through it all, Job maintained his faith. He questioned God, he wrestled with his doubts, but he never abandoned his belief that God was just and that he would ultimately be vindicated. In the end, God restored Job's fortunes, giving him twice as much as he had before. He also blessed him with more children and a long and prosperous life. Job's story is a testament to the power of faith in the face of adversity, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, God is with you and he will never abandon you. So how does one pass these tests? It is all about trust. Chosen one, what if you had built in turn-by-turn directions, constantly whispering guidance? What if, even when confusion clouds your path, you could hone in on an inner voice to trust the divine? The architects don't want you to trust. What if the key to navigating these trials lies in trusting your inner guidance system, the still, small voice within that whispers truth and wisdom? The architects will try to distort and manipulate that voice, filling you with doubt, fear, and confusion. They'll try to convince you that you're not worthy, that you're not capable, and that you're destined for failure. But you must learn to discern the voice of the divine from the noise of the enemy. The voice of the divine is always loving, always encouraging, and always guiding you towards your highest good. It may not always be easy to hear, especially when you're surrounded by chaos and negativity, but it is always there, waiting for you to tune in. Consider the story of the prodigal son. He had squandered his inheritance, he had disgraced his family, and he had hit rock bottom. He was ashamed, he was afraid, and he didn't know where to turn. But deep down, he heard a voice, a gentle whisper that told him to return home, to seek forgiveness, and to reclaim his place in his father's love. Despite his shame, he listened to that voice, and he took the first step on the road back home. When he finally arrived, his father welcomed him with open arms, celebrating his return with a lavish feast. The prodigal son's story is a reminder that no matter how far you've strayed, no matter how many mistakes you've made, the divine is always waiting to welcome you back with love and forgiveness. Listen to that inner voice, chosen one, and let it guide you home. Is it really that easy? The architects will test you. Chosen one, everyone has opinions, but what if those opinions are not your own? What if these well-intentioned suggestions can become the chains that bind you? Who are you to ignore them? What if the key to staying on course lies in recognizing the projections of others and tuning out the noise of the world? The architects will use anyone and anything to derail you from your path, often disguising their attacks as helpful advice or constructive criticism. They'll plant seeds of doubt in the minds of those around you, prompting them to question your decisions, to challenge your vision, and to undermine your confidence. These opinions are often projections of their own fears, their own limitations, and their own insecurities. They may not even realize they're doing it, but their negativity can have a devastating impact on your ability to stay focused and committed to your purpose. The architects will use anyone to throw you off, even those closest to you. Consider the story of David facing Goliath. Everyone around him told him he was too young, too small, and too inexperienced to fight the giant. They tried to impose their limitations on him, telling him that he was destined to fail. But David refused to listen to their negativity. He knew that God was with him, and he trusted in his own abilities. He stepped onto the battlefield with confidence, armed with nothing but a slingshot and 5 smooth stones. And with God's help, he defeated Goliath, proving that anything is possible when you have faith and courage. But what about constructive criticism? Is that a projection? Chosen one, if it feels good, then it must be good, right? Everyone likes to feel good, but what if I told you it could be a trap? What if indulging in instant gratification is actually keeping you from reaching your long-term goals and fulfilling your soul contract? What if it's the opposite? The architects use instant gratification to distract you from your destiny, to keep you stuck in a cycle of pleasure and avoidance. They know that if they can tempt you with short-term rewards, you'll be less likely to focus on your long-term goals. These temptations can take many forms: excessive indulgence in food, alcohol, or drugs, mindless scrolling on social media, impulsive spending, or engaging in meaningless relationships. These things may provide temporary pleasure, but they ultimately leave you feeling empty, unfulfilled, and further away from your true purpose. The architect doesn't care about your enjoyment, only about your failure. Consider the story of Esau trading his birthright for a bowl of stew. He was hungry, he was tired, and he wanted immediate satisfaction. He didn't think about the long-term consequences of his decision, the loss of his inheritance, and the betrayal of his family. He chose instant gratification over long-term fulfillment, and he regretted it for the rest of his life. Esau's story is a cautionary tale, a reminder that the choices you make today can have a profound impact on your future. So how does the chosen one resist this? Chosen one, isn't it selfish to keep your distance? Is it really necessary to build walls? What if setting strong, clear boundaries is not selfish, but crucial for protecting your energy and fulfilling your soul contract? What if it's more of a gate than a wall? Setting boundaries is not about building walls or isolating yourself from others. It's about creating healthy space for yourself to thrive. The architects will try to convince you that setting boundaries is selfish, unkind, or even unspiritual. They want you to believe that you must always be available to others, that you must always put their needs before your own, and that you must never say no. But this is a trap, chosen one, a trap that will leave you drained, depleted, and unable to fulfill your own purpose. Healthy boundaries preserve energy, while walls cut one off. Think of the example of Jesus setting boundaries with the crowds to prioritize his mission. He often withdrew from the crowds to pray, to rest, and to spend time with his disciples. He knew that he couldn't serve others effectively if he didn't first take care of himself. He set clear boundaries with those who demanded his attention, refusing to be pulled in too many directions or to be distracted from his divine purpose. Jesus' example is a reminder that setting boundaries is not only permissible, but also necessary for fulfilling your own mission in life. What about those closest to you? Chosen one, does compassion mean being weak? Isn't it better to be strong and unyielding? What if the key to navigating a harsh world lies in combining strength with empathy, becoming a compassionate warrior who can both protect themselves and uplift others? The architects want you to believe that compassion is a weakness, that it makes you vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. They want you to become hardened, cynical, and detached from your emotions. But the truth is, compassion is a strength, not a weakness. It allows you to connect with others on a deeper level, to understand their pain, and to offer them hope and healing. But compassion, like strength, must be learned. Consider the story of the Good Samaritan. He saw a man who had been beaten, robbed, and left for dead on the side of the road. Others passed by, too afraid or too uncaring to help. But the Good Samaritan stopped, bandaged his wounds, and took him to an inn to recover. He showed compassion when others showed indifference, demonstrating the power of empathy and kindness in a world filled with suffering. Chosen one, you must lead with your heart while wielding your sword. Where do we focus the most compassion? Chosen one, aren't you just supposed to power through it? Just keep pushing, right? What if the journey requires self-compassion and understanding, especially during hardship? The world tells you to power through, but what if you simply stop? The architects will try to convince you that you must always be strong, that you must never show weakness, and that you must always push yourself to the limit, no matter the cost. They want you to believe that self-care is selfish, that vulnerability is a liability, and that you must always prioritize the needs of others above your own. But this is a lie, chosen one, a lie that will lead to burnout, exhaustion, and ultimately failure. Treating yourself with kindness and respect, not judgment, is crucial for resilience. Consider Psalm 103:13-14, as a father has compassion on his children, so the Lord has compassion on those who fear him. For he knows how we are formed, he remembers that we are dust. This scripture reminds us that God understands our weaknesses, our frailties, and our limitations. He knows that we are dust, that we are imperfect, and that we need his compassion and his grace. You too, chosen one, must offer yourself the same compassion and understanding that God offers you. Now what, chosen one, what if all your flaws were perfect? What if everything you hate about yourself is what others love? What if the traits you've been told to suppress are your greatest strengths? The architects want you to believe that you are flawed, imperfect, and unworthy of love. They want you to focus on your weaknesses, to dwell on your mistakes, and to compare yourself to others, always falling short. But the truth is, your flaws are not liabilities, they are assets. They make you unique, they make you relatable, and they give you a perspective that no one else can offer. Your flaws are unpolished beauty, reflecting the light of your soul. Consider the biblical parallel with Moses' stutter. He saw it as a weakness, a reason why he couldn't lead the Israelites out of Egypt. But God used Moses' stutter to show his power, to remind the people that it was God who was speaking through him, not Moses himself. Or think of David's adultery. It was a terrible sin, but it also taught him humility, compassion, and a deeper understanding of God's grace. These biblical stories are not meant to excuse sin, but to show that God can use even our greatest weaknesses for his glory. So how to use those flaws? Chosen one, you've been so focused on the external that you may be forgetting to nurture your internal. What if the greatest battle is not fought on a battlefield, but within the chambers of your own heart? Is it possible to develop silence and stillness in such a loud world, a world engineered to steal your focus? Silence isn't simply the absence of noise. It's an active cultivation of inner peace, a deliberate shutting out of the incessant clamor of the world. It demands that you intentionally disconnect from social media, from the constant barrage of news, from the opinions and judgments of others, and even from your own racing thoughts. Silence is a skill, like any other, and requires dedicated practice. It's about creating a sanctuary within yourself where you can hear the still, small voice of the divine, a voice often drowned out by the noise of daily life. The architects will do everything to keep you from finding silence, because in the silence, you will find strength. Consider Jesus' ability to remain calm in the midst of a raging storm. His disciples were terrified, convinced that they were about to die, but Jesus remained asleep in the boat. When they woke him, he rebuked the wind and the waves, and the storm immediately subsided. This wasn't just a display of divine power. It was an illustration of the inner stillness that Jesus possessed, a stillness that allowed him to remain at peace even when chaos surrounded him. That is the stillness that you need in the coming storm. So how do you keep things silent when you must be active in the world? It requires a conscious effort to integrate moments of stillness into your daily routine, even amidst the busiest of schedules. Try to give yourself at least 15 minutes of silence each day. Chosen one, what if you could peer into the enemy's camp, anticipating their every move? What if you could see the attacks coming before they even materialize? Is it possible to anticipate the enemy's attacks, or are you doomed to forever be caught off guard? Spiritual warfare is not a metaphor. It is a real and ongoing battle against forces that seek to steal your joy, destroy your purpose, and ultimately prevent you from fulfilling your soul contract. The architects are constantly strategizing, devising new and insidious ways to undermine your faith, to sow seeds of doubt, and to lead you astray, but you are not defenseless. You have been given the ability to discern their tactics, to anticipate their attacks, and to strategize your counterattacks. You need to be mindful of the battle. The most common ways the architects attack include fear, doubt, and division. They will try to fill your mind with fear of the future, fear of failure, fear of rejection. They will try to plant seeds of doubt about your abilities, your worth, and your divine purpose. And they will try to create division between you and your loved ones, between you and your community, between you and God. They will use anything that they can. Relate this to the story of David. Before he faced Goliath, David had to anticipate Saul and his jealousy. His ability to foresee potential threats and devise strategies to overcome them was crucial to his success. He knew how to remain one step ahead of his adversaries, anticipating their moves and preparing his counterattacks. You too can become a strategic thinker. Can your enemy really be anticipated? What if the problem is that you don't want to see it? Chosen one, the architects will lie to you constantly. What if what you think is true is a cleverly constructed deception? Is it possible to truly trust anything in this world, or are we all living in a carefully crafted illusion? The architects are masters of deception, skilled at twisting the truth, distorting reality, and presenting lies as if they were facts. They will use propaganda, misinformation, and manipulation to control your thoughts, your beliefs, and your actions. They will try to convince you that good is evil, that evil is good, and that up is down. Their goal is to confuse you, to disorient you, and to make you question everything you thought you knew to be true. This is why you must be able to see through the lies. The most common lies are that you are not good enough, you are not worthy, and you are not capable. They will tell you that you are too flawed, too broken, and too damaged to ever fulfill your potential. They will tell you that you are destined for failure, that you are not loved, and that you are all alone. It will be a constant attack, chosen one, so you must be vigilant. Relate this to the story of Eve. The serpent tempted her with the promise of knowledge, convincing her that eating the forbidden fruit would make her like God. He twisted the truth, presenting a lie as if it were a desirable reality. Eve fell for the deception, and her actions had devastating consequences for all of humanity. You must be aware that the architects are playing the same game as the serpent. Is that voice in your head real? Is it yours? Or is it the whispers of the architects trying to lead you astray? The truth is far more complex than you can imagine. Chosen one, you can change your circumstances. What if resources are not scarce, but abundant, waiting to be accessed? Is it possible to attract the resources, relationships, and opportunities you need to fulfill your soul contract? Or are you destined to struggle and strive for every scrap? The chosen one is a magnet, capable of attracting everything they need to fulfill their divine purpose. This isn't about greed or selfishness. It's about aligning your energy with the abundance of the universe, tapping into the infinite supply of resources that are available to you. The architects want you to believe in scarcity, in lack, and in limitation. They want you to believe that there's not enough to go around, that you have to compete with others for resources, and that you're not worthy of abundance. But this is a lie. To align your energy, you must cultivate a mindset of gratitude, focusing on what you have rather than what you lack. You must believe that you are worthy of abundance, and you must be open to receiving it in unexpected ways. You must also be willing to give generously, knowing that the more you give, the more you will receive. The architect hopes you don't know this, so they will attack anyone who tries to teach it. Relate this to Midas. He desired gold above all else, and his wish was granted, but his greed ultimately led to his downfall. He learned that true abundance is not about material wealth, but about love, relationships, and spiritual fulfillment. Your soul contract and your purpose should drive your desire for resources. Where do those blessings come from? Are they really just luck? Or is there a divine force at work, orchestrating events behind the scenes? Chosen one, it is time. You've laid the foundation, built the framework, and honed your skills. You've done the work. Now it is time to show up. What if you have more potential than you think? What if you're on the verge of a quantum leap? ready to step into your full potential and fulfill your destiny. Potential is not a fixed quantity. It's a dynamic and ever-expanding force within you, waiting to be unleashed. Each chosen one possesses a unique set of gifts, talents, and abilities that are perfectly aligned with their soul contract. The architects want you to underestimate your potential, to play it safe, and to settle for mediocrity. They want you to believe that you're not capable of achieving great things, that you're not worthy of success, and that you should just stay in your comfort zone. There are levels to this. Each time you overcome a challenge, each time you step outside your comfort zone, each time you embrace your fears, you unlock new levels of potential within yourself. You become more confident, more resilient, and more capable of achieving your goals. The quantum leap is not a one-time event. It's a continuous process of growth, transformation, and expansion. Relate this to Jesus being baptized by John. He was already the Son of God, but his baptism marked a new level of his ministry, a public declaration of his divine purpose. It was a moment of profound transformation, a quantum leap into his full potential. You must also seek out the waters of your baptism. So how do you quantum leap? You must surrender to the process, trust in your abilities, and step boldly into the unknown, chosen one. Chosen one, it can be lonely at the top. What if, to truly progress, you have to go against the norm, challenging the established order and disrupting the status quo? Is it selfish to abandon the old ways, to break free from the expectations of others, and to forge your own path? Going against what is normal is not about being rebellious or contrarian. It's about aligning yourself with your inner truth, even when it conflicts with the beliefs and values of the world around you. The architects want you to conform, to comply, and to follow the crowd. They want you to believe that your worth is determined by your ability to fit in, to please others, and to adhere to societal norms. You have to learn to be okay with that. Often, what is normal is wrong, based on fear, ignorance, and outdated beliefs. The architects use societal pressure to keep you in line, to prevent you from questioning the status quo, and to suppress your unique gifts and talents. Being different isn't a bad thing. It's often a sign that you're on the right path, the path that leads to your divine destiny. Refer to Moses. He was called to lead the Israelites out of Egypt, a task that required him to defy the most powerful empire on earth. He challenged Pharaoh, he performed miracles, and he led his people through the wilderness, all in defiance of the established order. Moses' story is a reminder that true leadership often requires going against the norm, challenging the status quo, and standing up for what is right, even when it's unpopular. How to be sure that your unique path is divinely guided? Is it just ego, or is it the voice of the Holy Spirit leading you towards your ultimate purpose? Chosen one, instant wins are not sustainable. What if it's possible to look beyond immediate gratification, focusing on the long-term impact of your actions rather than short-term gains? Is it possible to not be selfish, to prioritize the well-being of others and the fulfillment of your soul contract above your own immediate desires? Short-term thinking is the architect's tool. They want you to focus on immediate gratification, on instant wins, and on short-term gains. They know that if they can distract you with temporary pleasures, you'll be less likely to focus on your long-term goals and your divine purpose. They want you to believe that success is measured by wealth, fame, and power, rather than by the impact you have on the world. The reward is not money, but making the lives of those around you better. The only true reward is the kingdom. The kingdom of God is not a place you go to when you die. It's a state of being, a way of living, a consciousness that you can cultivate here and now. It's about aligning yourself with divine principles, loving others as you love yourself, and using your gifts and talents to create a better world. Relate this to Jesus. He sacrificed everything for the sake of humanity, enduring suffering, rejection, and ultimately, death on the cross. He didn't focus on his own comfort or well-being. He dedicated his life to serving others and fulfilling his divine mission. Jesus' example is a reminder that true fulfillment comes not from seeking personal gain, but from serving a higher purpose. So, is the reward just in heaven, or can you experience the fruits of your labor in this lifetime, enjoying the blessings and abundance that come from aligning with your soul contract? Chosen one, are you willing to let go? Can you really detach and still love deeply? Are you willing to release people, possessions, and even dreams that no longer serve your highest good, trusting that the divine has something even better in store for you? It is possible to love without attachment, to cherish the connections you have with others without clinging to them out of fear or need. The architects want you to believe that love is about possession, control, and dependence. They want you to believe that you need others to complete you, that you can't be happy without them, and that you should do whatever it takes to hold on to them. But this is not love. It's fear disguised as love. You must love freely without expecting anything in return. You must give generously without keeping score, and you must be willing to let go, trusting that the divine will bring the right people and opportunities into your life at the right time. This doesn't mean you don't care about others. It means you trust them. Use stories. A young couple was deeply in love, but they were constantly fighting and arguing. They loved each other, but they were attached to each other, needing each other to feel complete. They were afraid of losing each other. Over time, their relationship became toxic, and they were miserable. They finally decided to separate. After some time apart, they realized that they were happier and more fulfilled on their own. Their love did not change, their perspectives did. How to detach. What is really the next step? Chosen one, you've felt the push, you've endured the grind, but what if the very force resisting you is the jet fuel propelling you forward? What if the opposition isn't a roadblock, but a runway, launching you into the stratosphere of your destiny? The architects want you to believe that resistance is a sign you're on the wrong path, a cosmic stop sign telling you to turn back. But the truth is, resistance is often the loudest confirmation that you're on the right path. It's a test, a trial by fire, designed to forge you into the unshakable warrior you were born to be. Recognize resistance as feedback, divine GPS revealing areas where you need to strengthen your faith, clarify your vision, or refine your strategies. Is your prayer life lacking? Is your understanding of the scripture shaky? The resistance will highlight those weaknesses, forcing you to confront them and grow stronger. Embrace the challenge, chosen one, persevere through the obstacles, and refuse to give up on your soul contract. Let the opposition fuel your determination. Think of Jacob wrestling with the angel in Genesis 32:24-32. All night, Jacob grappled with this mysterious being, refusing to yield. He was bruised, battered, and exhausted, but he held on with unwavering tenacity. And what was his reward? A blessing. The angel renamed him Israel, signifying his triumph and his new identity as one who strives with God and prevails. Jacob was blessed after the struggle. The blessing wasn't a gift freely given. It was earned through perseverance, through refusing to surrender in the face of overwhelming resistance. You too must wrestle with the spiritual forces opposing you, holding fast to your faith until you receive your blessing. That level of wrestling, though, only works if you are strong. But how do you get stronger? It has been said that the attacks are unavoidable, but what if you could become an impenetrable fortress, deflecting every blow with unwavering resilience? It is impossible to dodge every arrow, but what if you could wear divine armor, rendering you impervious to the darts of the enemy? The architects want you to believe that you're vulnerable, exposed, and susceptible to their attacks. They want you to cower in fear, retreating from the battle and surrendering your soul contract. But the truth is, you can cultivate resilience, becoming a spiritual powerhouse that can withstand any storm. You can't avoid the spiritual attacks. They are part of the journey, but you can prepare yourself, fortifying your spirit with unwavering faith, unwavering prayer, and unwavering self-care. Cultivating resilience requires a multifaceted approach. Practice self-care, nurturing your mind, body, and spirit. Set healthy boundaries, protecting your energy from toxic people and situations. Connect with supportive people, surrounding yourself with a community of like-minded believers who will lift you up in prayer and encourage you on your journey. Most importantly, Cultivate a strong spiritual foundation, immersing yourself in scripture, praying without ceasing, and seeking the guidance of the Holy Spirit. The chosen one does not retreat. They adjust, adapt, and overcome. Paul wrote in Ephesians 6:10-18 about the armor of God. He urged believers to put on the belt of truth, the breastplate of righteousness, the shoes of peace, the shield of faith, the helmet of salvation, and the sword of the Spirit. This armor isn't just a metaphor. It's a spiritual reality, a protective force field that shields you from the attacks of the enemy. Each piece of armor represents a vital aspect of your spiritual life, a component of your resilience. Clothe yourself in this armor daily, chosen one, and you will be able to stand firm against the wiles of the devil. Can you really protect yourself too much? Can you go overboard in the journey to strengthen yourself? With so many voices vying for your attention, what if you could tune into the frequency of the divine, hearing the whispers of truth amidst the cacophony of lies? Is it truly possible to discern the divine signal, to find someone to trust with the proper information? The architects want you to believe that you're alone, adrift in a sea of confusion, with no reliable guidance. They want you to doubt your intuition, to dismiss your inner knowing, and to rely solely on external sources of information, sources that they can manipulate and control. But the truth is, you possess a powerful wellspring of intuition, a direct line to the divine that can guide you on your soul contract journey. Intuition is not some mystical gift reserved for a select few. It's a birthright, an innate ability that every chosen one possesses. It's the still, small voice within you, the gut feeling that guides you towards truth and away from deception. The architect seeks to keep you from the truth. To tap into your intuition, you must first quiet the mind, silencing the incessant chatter of your thoughts and emotions. Practice meditation, mindfulness, and journaling, creating space for the divine to speak to you. Spend time in nature, immersing yourself in the beauty and tranquility of God's creation. And trust your gut instincts, paying attention to the subtle cues that your body and spirit are sending you. Remember the story of Samuel in 1 Samuel 3. As a young boy, Samuel lived in the temple with Eli, the priest. One night, Samuel heard a voice calling his name. He ran to Eli, thinking that Eli had called him, but Eli told him to go back to sleep. This happened 3 times before Eli realized that it was God calling Samuel. Eli instructed Samuel to say, "Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening." And God revealed his will to Samuel. Like Samuel, you must learn to discern God's voice from the other voices in your life. You must be still, listen attentively, and be willing to obey. Once you turn it on, can you ever really turn off the voice? Is it always there? The architects want you to believe that you're on your own, struggling against impossible odds, with no help or support from the divine. They want you to feel overwhelmed, discouraged, and ready to give up. But the truth is, your soul contract is not a solo mission. It's a sacred partnership with the divine, a co-creation of your destiny. Do you really think you can take on your destiny alone? God has all the power, but you have the agency to choose whether or not to align with His will. When you surrender your will to God's will and trust that you are being guided and supported every step of the way, the Holy Spirit will guide you. But how do you partner with the divine? Through prayer, you communicate your desires, your fears, and your needs to God. Through affirmations, you declare your faith and your commitment to fulfilling your soul contract. Through visualization, you create a mental picture of your desired future, aligning your energy with the abundance of the universe. And through inspired action, you take the necessary steps to manifest your desires, trusting that God will provide the resources and opportunities you need. Think of the parable of the mustard seed in Matthew 13:31-32. Jesus said that the kingdom of heaven is like a mustard seed, which is the smallest of all seeds, but when it grows, it becomes the largest of garden plants and becomes a tree, so that the birds come and perch in its branches. Your soul contract may seem small and insignificant now, like a tiny mustard seed, but it has the potential to grow into something magnificent, a giant tree that provides shelter and nourishment to countless others. Trust in the divine, nurture your potential, and watch as your destiny unfolds before your eyes. So what does that actually look like? Does it mean that you stop doing your part? Or does it mean that you do even more? What if you discovered the secret code to unlocking your dreams, realizing that the external world is merely a mirror reflecting your internal state? What if everything outside you could be changed by simply shifting something inside you? The architects want you to believe that you're a victim of circumstance, at the mercy of external forces beyond your control. They want you to blame your problems on others, to focus on what's wrong in the world, and to feel powerless to change your situation. But the truth is, your thoughts, beliefs, and emotions are shaping your reality, creating the experiences you attract into your life. Change the mind, change the world. The only way you can change the world around you is to change the world within you. This means cultivating positive thoughts, releasing limiting beliefs, and expressing gratitude for what you already have. Practice affirmations, declaring your worthiness, your abundance, and your ability to achieve your goals. Visualize your desired future, immersing yourself in the feeling of already having what you desire. Journal your thoughts and emotions, identifying and releasing any negativity that's holding you back. And take inspired action, following your intuition and pursuing opportunities that align with your soul contract. Consider the placebo effect, a phenomenon where people experience real physical and emotional benefits simply because they believe they are receiving treatment, even if they are receiving a sugar pill or a sham procedure. The placebo effect demonstrates the power of the mind to heal the body, to create positive outcomes, and to manifest desired results. If you can believe in a sugar pill, imagine what faith in the divine can do. But what if you don't know how to start? What if you believe that you are just beyond help? You're making great progress, but what if, for all your achievements, you find yourself still feeling alone, isolated from true connection? Can you really be in tune with the divine if you are not kind, not compassionate, not loving towards others? The architects want you to believe that success is a solitary pursuit, a competition where you must climb to the top at any cost. They want you to prioritize your own needs above the needs of others, to view relationships as transactional, and to withhold love and forgiveness. But the truth is, your soul contract is not just about personal fulfillment. It's about serving others, building community, and spreading love and compassion throughout the world. Navigating relationships with love, understanding, and forgiveness requires vulnerability, empathy, and a willingness to see the good in others. Practice active listening, truly hearing what others are saying without judgment or interruption. Set healthy boundaries, protecting your energy while still remaining open to connection. Communicate effectively, expressing your needs and feelings honestly and respectfully. And resolve conflict with grace, seeking to understand the other person's perspective and finding solutions that benefit everyone involved. Remember the story of the Good Samaritan in Luke 10:25-37. A man was beaten, robbed, and left for dead on the side of the road. A priest and a Levite passed by, but they did not stop to help. But a Samaritan, a member of a despised group, stopped to care for the man, bandaging his wounds, taking him to an inn, and paying for his care. Jesus told this story to illustrate the importance of loving one's neighbor, even those who are different from us or who we might consider our enemies. You must also be a good Samaritan. Does this apply only to our family and friends, or does it extend to everyone? What if prioritizing your well-being is not selfish, but essential for sustaining your energy, maintaining your focus, and fulfilling your soul contract? What if me time is the most powerful move you can make, replenishing your spirit and fortifying your resolve? The architects want you to believe that you must sacrifice yourself for others, neglecting your own needs in the pursuit of external goals. They want you to feel guilty for taking time for yourself, for prioritizing your well-being, and for indulging in activities that bring you joy. But the truth is, self-care is not selfish. It's a sacred practice for nurturing your mind, body, and spirit, ensuring that you have the energy and resilience to fulfill your divine purpose. A chosen one must last, because the journey is a marathon, not a sprint. Practice exercise, moving your body and releasing pent-up energy. Eat healthy foods, nourishing your body with the nutrients it needs to thrive. Get enough sleep, allowing your mind and body to rest and rejuvenate. Meditate, quieting your mind and connecting with the divine. Spend time in nature, immersing yourself in the beauty and tranquility of God's creation. And engage in activities that bring you joy, whether it's reading, writing, creating art, listening to music, or spending time with loved ones. Remember that God rested on the seventh day. Even the creator of the universe recognized the importance of rest and rejuvenation. If God needed to rest, so do you. Is there a point to all of this, or is it just temporary happiness that will be taken away? Chosen one, you've weathered the storm, navigated the labyrinth, and emerged stronger than ever. But what if, for all your progress, this is just the beginning? What if activating your soul contract opens you up to new, unforeseen threats and challenges? The architects evolved too. Soul contract activation isn't the finish line. It's the starting gun for a whole new race. Think of it as leveling up in a video game. You gain new abilities and access to new areas, but the enemies get tougher too. You've proven you can handle the basic challenges. Now you're ready for the advanced course. The architects aren't going to just roll over and let you fulfill your destiny. They'll adapt, strategize, and launch new attacks, often targeting your weaknesses and vulnerabilities. The form of spiritual attacks change as you grow. Initially, these threats might manifest as external obstacles, financial setbacks, relationship problems, or career challenges. But as you grow spiritually, the battlefield shifts. The architects understand they can't always reach you through external means, so they begin to target your mind, your emotions, and your beliefs. The battlefield moves from the external world to the internal one, and the weapons change from physical obstacles to psychological manipulations. Consider this: someone struggling with alcohol addiction might overcome that challenge, only to find themselves suddenly battling a gambling addiction. The underlying weakness, the vulnerability to addictive behavior, remains, but it manifests in a new and more subtle form. The architect doesn't care how they derail you, only that you are derailed. The ultimate goal is to keep you from fulfilling your soul contract. So how can you identify these new threats? You've learned to fight the external war, but what if the war is not outside, but inside? What if the battlefield has moved into your mind, and the architect's primary weapon is psychological? Psychological warfare is a subtle, insidious form of attack that targets your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs. The goal is to erode your confidence, sow seeds of doubt, and ultimately paralyze you with fear. The architects understand that if they can control your mind, they can control your actions. They use a variety of tactics, including negative self-talk, limiting beliefs, and emotional manipulation. These attacks are often subtle, disguised as your own thoughts and feelings, making them difficult to detect. One of the most common forms of psychological warfare is constant negative self-talk. The architect whispers lies into your mind, telling you that you're not good enough, you're not worthy, and you'll never succeed. These negative thoughts can become ingrained over time, shaping your perception of yourself and the world. The insidious part is that you start believing these lies, internalizing them as truth. To counter this, you must become aware of your negative self-talk and challenge those thoughts with positive affirmations and self-compassion. Replace the lies with truth, reminding yourself of your worthiness, your strengths, and your potential. Remember Jesus' ability to remain calm and focused in the face of all forms of spiritual and physical attacks. He was tempted by Satan in the desert, betrayed by Judas, and crucified on the cross. Yet through it all, he maintained his inner peace and unwavering faith. His mind was his fortress, impenetrable to the architect's attacks. Chosen one, you must develop the same mental fortitude, guarding your thoughts and emotions with diligence and unwavering faith. So how can you apply that to a normal life? Chosen one, you've built your defenses and sharpened your sword, but what if you could call in reinforcements? Are you really supposed to go it alone? The truth is, you are not alone on this journey. The divine has provided you with a vast network of support, including spirit guides, angels, and other benevolent beings who are ready and willing to assist you. These beings are not here to do the work for you, but to guide you, protect you, and empower you along the way. They offer encouragement, wisdom, and strength when you need it most. To connect with them, you must be open to receiving their guidance, tuning into their frequency through prayer, meditation, and quiet contemplation. Connecting with your spirit guides can provide you with extra protection and insight. Spirit guides are spiritual beings who have agreed to assist you on your soul contract journey. They can offer guidance on your path, help you overcome obstacles, and protect you from harm. Angels are messengers of the divine, sent to watch over you and deliver divine messages. They can provide comfort, healing, and strength in times of need. The Holy Spirit, the presence of God within you, is your ultimate guide and protector. The Holy Spirit offers wisdom, discernment, and the power to overcome any challenge. Remember the story of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. He knew that he was about to face his greatest challenge, and he was overwhelmed with fear and sorrow. He prayed to God for strength and guidance, and an angel appeared to him, strengthening him for the ordeal ahead. You too can call upon the angels for strength and guidance in times of need. You are not alone. But how do you know it is really an angel? You've opened yourself to divine guidance, but you have to be careful. What if you are being lied to? If there is light, there is shadow. What if you mistake a negative voice for positive? Discernment is the ability to distinguish between true divine guidance and the architect's deceptive voices. The architects are masters of deception, and they will often disguise their lies as truth to mislead you. They may use flattery, promises of power, or distorted versions of spiritual teachings to lure you astray. To protect yourself, you must develop your discernment, learning to test the spirits and discern their true nature. The architects are very convincing. One of the ways the architect twists messages is by taking truths out of context. A truth can be weaponized when disconnected from the bigger picture. To test the voice, make sure it aligns with your values, your intuition, and the teachings of Scripture. Does the message promote love, compassion, and service to others, or does it promote fear, greed, and self-centeredness? Does the message resonate with your inner knowing, or does it feel unsettling or discordant? Does the message align with the overall message of the Bible, or does it contradict it? Chosen one, trust your gut. Remember Jesus' warning about wolves in sheep's clothing. He cautioned his followers to be wary of false prophets who appear to be harmless but are actually dangerous. Watch out for false prophets. They come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ferocious wolves. By their fruit you will recognize them. So how can you test it if you are alone? Chosen one, you've received the message, but doubt is what kills more dreams than failure. What if you could maintain your faith, even in the face of overwhelming doubt? Faith is not the absence of doubt. It's the ability to believe in spite of doubt. It's the unwavering conviction that God is in control, that He has a plan for your life, and that He will bring you through any challenge. Faith is a muscle that grows stronger with use. The more you exercise your faith, the more resilient it becomes. The architects want you to doubt yourself, your abilities, and your destiny. They know that if they can erode your faith, they can weaken your resolve and prevent you from fulfilling your soul contract. Belief is powerful. The architects want you to be weak. To maintain your faith, immerse yourself in Scripture, meditating on God's promises and reminding yourself of His faithfulness. Surround yourself with a community of believers who will encourage you and lift you up in prayer. And remember that God's love for you is unconditional, regardless of your doubts or failures. Think of Abraham, who was promised that he would be the father of many nations, even though he and his wife Sarah were old and childless. Abraham believed God, and it was credited to him as righteousness. God's promise seemed impossible, yet Abraham never wavered in his faith. He trusted that God would fulfill His promise, even when all the evidence pointed to the contrary. And in the end, God fulfilled His promise, blessing Abraham with a son in his old age. Abraham, the father of nations, trusted and was rewarded. How to stay strong when you have doubts. You've weathered storms, but is it really possible to always be grateful? In dark times, what is there to celebrate? What if gratitude is a superpower? Gratitude is the alchemy that transforms lack into abundance. It's the conscious choice to focus on what you have, rather than what you lack. It's the recognition of the blessings in your life, both big and small. The architects want you to focus on what's missing, on what's wrong, and on what's unfair. They want you to feel deprived, resentful, and bitter. But gratitude shifts your focus, opening your eyes to the abundance that surrounds you. Being grateful doesn't mean ignoring your problems or pretending that everything is perfect. It means acknowledging the challenges while still appreciating the good in your life. It means finding the silver linings in the clouds, the lessons in the struggles, and the opportunities in the setbacks. The more you appreciate what you have, the more you will attract. It's like gravity. Gratitude attracts more of what you appreciate. The more you focus on the positive, the more positive experiences you will attract into your life. Consider gravity. What you throw up must come down. What you put out, you get back. Does this really protect? You've mastered faith, but what if you could learn to love yourself? What if the architect has you believe you are undeserving? Self-love is not arrogance or narcissism. It's the recognition of your inherent worthiness, your divine nature, and your unique value as a child of God. It's the acceptance of yourself, flaws and all, with compassion and understanding. The architects want you to hate yourself, to criticize yourself, and to believe that you're unworthy of love and success. They know that if they can destroy your self-esteem, they can sabotage your soul contract. If you don't love yourself, you cannot truly love others. If you don't value yourself, you cannot fully appreciate the value of others. The architect seeks to create division and discord, and self-hatred is one of the most effective tools. Chosen one, celebrate both your strengths and your weaknesses, recognizing that they are both part of who you are. Embrace your imperfections, forgive your mistakes, and treat yourself with the same kindness and compassion that you would offer a dear friend. The architect wants you to focus on the bad. Remember Jesus' commandment to love your neighbor as yourself. This commandment implies that you must first love yourself before you can truly love others. Self-love is not optional. It's essential for fulfilling your soul contract. Can you always be strong? You've conquered self-doubt, and now you can love yourself. But is it possible to know everything? Can you admit when you are wrong? What if giving up control is the ultimate power? Surrendering control is not weakness. It's the recognition that there is something bigger than yourself, a divine plan that is unfolding even when you don't understand it. It's the willingness to let go of your own agenda and trust that God's will is ultimately best. The architects want you to cling to control, to micromanage every aspect of your life, and to believe that you can make everything happen on your own. They know that if they can keep you in a state of anxiety and striving, they can distract you from your true purpose. Know that there is something bigger than you. You cannot see the whole picture, and you cannot control every outcome. Control is an illusion, a hallucination that keeps you trapped in fear. To surrender control, you must relinquish your need to be right, your desire to be in charge, and your fear of the unknown. Trust that God is guiding you, even when you can't see the path ahead. Remember Jesus on the cross. He surrendered his will to God's will, saying, "Father, into your hands I commit my spirit." He released his earthly life, trusting that God would redeem him and fulfill his purpose. But what if you don't know the plan? Chosen one, have you ever felt like you are running a race where the clock is invisible and the rules are unwritten? What if the divine has set the pace and your only job is to keep running? The truth is, your timing is often not your own. In a world obsessed with instant gratification, where success is measured by speed and efficiency, this can be a difficult pill to swallow. We are bombarded with messages telling us to hustle, grind, and seize every opportunity. But what if the most powerful thing you can do is simply wait? What if your soul contract requires you to embrace patience, trusting that the divine clock is ticking perfectly, even when you can't see it? Patience is not passive resignation. It's active faith. It's the ability to remain steadfast and focused, even when faced with delays, obstacles, or setbacks. It's the unwavering belief that God's plan is unfolding perfectly, even when it doesn't make sense to you. Patience is not merely a virtue. It's a skill honed through trials and strengthened by trust. But sometimes patience is not earned. It is divinely granted. Think of Abraham and Sarah, promised a child in their old age. Years turned into decades, and still no child. They faced ridicule, doubt, and despair, yet they held on to God's promise, clinging to their faith even when it seemed impossible. In Hebrews 6:15 it says, "And so after he had patiently endured, he obtained the promise." Their patience was not just a passive waiting. It was an active demonstration of their faith in God's divine timing. Chosen one, your waiting is not in vain. So how can you embrace patience when the world is screaming at you to hurry up? Chosen one, what if the very time you feel like nothing is happening is actually the most important time of all? What if the divine is at work, even when you cannot see the results? If you are truly aligned with your soul contract, then you must understand how to make progress even when it seems like you are not doing anything. In our action-oriented world, we often equate progress with visible activity. We believe that if we are not constantly doing something, we are wasting time. But true progress is not always about motion. It's about growth. Internal growth is a silent, invisible process that takes place within your heart and mind. It's about deepening your faith, strengthening your character, and expanding your consciousness. It's about learning from your experiences, overcoming your weaknesses, and becoming more aligned with your divine purpose. This kind of growth often happens in the waiting season, when you are forced to slow down, reflect, and surrender to God's will. The mind must be still. Consider the example of a seed. Before it can sprout and grow into a mighty tree, it must be buried in the ground, hidden from the light, and surrounded by darkness. It must endure the cold, the rain, and the pressure of the earth. Yet within that seemingly lifeless shell, a powerful transformation is taking place. The seed is absorbing nutrients, developing roots, and preparing to break through the soil. The chosen one must be buried. So how can you avoid frustration and despair in that process, trusting that even in the darkness, you are growing? Chosen one, you've stumbled, you've fallen, and you've failed. Now what? What if failure isn't the end, but a stepping stone? It is necessary to understand that setbacks are not punishments. They are feedback. They are opportunities to learn, grow, and refine your approach. The architects want you to see failure as a sign of weakness, a confirmation that you are not good enough. But the divine wants you to see failure as a valuable lesson, a chance to course correct, and move forward with greater wisdom and resilience. Your fall is how you fly. There are always chances to progress, even after a major setback. The key is to maintain a positive attitude, to stay open to new possibilities, and to never give up on your dreams. Every setback contains the seed of an equivalent advantage. It may be hidden, but it is always there, waiting to be discovered. The trick is to look for it. Think of a time when you might have been fired from a job. At first, it might have seemed like the end of the world. You felt rejected, humiliated, and uncertain about your future. But what if that job was actually holding you back from your true potential? What if that setback was the catalyst that propelled you towards a better opportunity, a more fulfilling career, or a completely new path that you never would have considered otherwise? Chosen one, it is never too late to restart. But how can you make sure that you are truly learning from your setbacks and not just repeating the same mistakes? Chosen one, what if the chaos around you is not random, but divinely orchestrated? What if the seemingly senseless events are actually breadcrumbs leading you towards your destiny? It is essential to be able to pick up on the breadcrumbs that God leaves, recognizing that even in the midst of confusion and uncertainty, He is guiding you every step of the way. These breadcrumbs often appear as synchronicities, those seemingly coincidental events that have a deeper meaning and significance. The architects want you to dismiss these synchronicities as mere chance, but the divine wants you to recognize them as signs of His presence and guidance. The signs are all around. These signs are often synchronistic, aligning in ways that cannot be explained by coincidence. They might appear as repeating numbers, meaningful conversations, or unexpected opportunities that seem to come out of nowhere. The key is to pay attention, to be open to the possibility that the universe is trying to communicate with you. The universe has a plan. I recall a time when I was feeling lost and uncertain about my direction. Everywhere I looked, I saw the numbers 11 on clocks, license plates, and even receipts. At first, I dismissed it as a coincidence, but the numbers kept appearing again and again. Eventually, I realized that it was a sign, a message from the universe telling me that I was on the right track, that I was aligned with my purpose. Chosen one, are you paying attention? So how do you know which way to go when the breadcrumbs are scattered and the path is unclear? Chosen one, do you feel like you are the first person to walk this path? Do you think you are too flawed, too broken, too unworthy to fulfill your destiny? Many have walked this path before you, facing similar challenges, overcoming similar obstacles, and ultimately fulfilling their divine purpose. It is important to understand that you are not alone, that there is strength in numbers, and that you can draw inspiration and guidance from the stories of those who came before you. Their legacy is your strength. You are not alone in this journey. You are part of a long line of chosen ones who have been called to make a difference in the world. By learning from their experiences, you can gain valuable insights, avoid common pitfalls, and strengthen your resolve to fulfill your own soul contract. History is your guide. Consider Moses, who led the Israelites out of slavery despite his own insecurities and doubts. Consider Abraham, who left his homeland to follow God's call even though he didn't know where he was going. Consider Noah, who built the ark in the face of ridicule and disbelief. Consider Ruth, who remained faithful to her mother-in-law even after the death of her husband. Their stories are testaments to the power of faith, perseverance, and divine guidance. History will repeat itself. So, how can you add their wisdom to what you do so that you are not just repeating history, but building upon it? Chosen one, does it feel like you are walking through fire? Is the pain unbearable? Are you wondering if you can take much more? Change is rarely easy. It's often painful, uncomfortable, and even terrifying. The architects want you to resist change, to cling to your comfort zone, and to avoid anything that challenges your beliefs or your way of life. They know that if they can keep you in a state of stagnation, they can prevent you from fulfilling your soul contract. You are being tested, refined, and transformed. The fire may be intense, but it is not meant to destroy you. It is meant to purify you, to burn away the impurities, and to reveal the gold that lies within. Remember, it's always darkest before the dawn, and the greatest breakthroughs often come after the most difficult trials. It is darkest before dawn. Think of the process of refining gold. The gold ore is heated to extreme temperatures, melting away the impurities and leaving behind pure, shining gold. The refiner knows that the gold is ready when he can see his own reflection in it. Similarly, you are being refined by the fire of transformation, becoming a clearer, brighter reflection of your divine self. You are not being destroyed, you are being perfected. But is it ever over? Is there ever a point where you can finally rest, knowing that you have arrived? Chosen one, after the fire, after the pain, after the destruction, is there anything left? Has everything been lost? It is important to understand that destruction often precedes construction. Before something new can be built, the old must be torn down. Before a new beginning can emerge, the old ending must be fully embraced. The architects want you to fear destruction, to cling to what is familiar, and to resist the inevitable cycles of life. They know that if they can keep you in a state of fear, they can prevent you from embracing the new opportunities that await you. The ashes are fertile. Everything ends, but it always begins again. The universe is in a constant state of flux, of creation and destruction. Just as the seasons change, so too do the cycles of your life. There will be times of growth, times of harvest, times of rest, and times of renewal. The key is to embrace each season, to learn from its lessons, and to trust that even in the midst of destruction, there is always hope for a new beginning. The cycle always continues. Think of the phoenix, a mythical bird that bursts into flames at the end of its life, only to rise again from the ashes, stronger and more beautiful than before. The phoenix is a symbol of transformation, resilience, and the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Every ending is a new beginning. So, is that really the end? What if what you think is the end is actually just the beginning of something even greater, something beyond your wildest dreams? Chosen one, but what if, for all your work, you're still easily fooled? What if everything has an energetic calling card that you were trained to read, yet the signals are being jammed? What if you could learn to read energetic signatures, cutting through the noise and seeing the truth? Everything has an energy, a vibration that resonates with the universe. This energy leaves behind a unique energetic fingerprint, a signature that can be read by those with the eyes to see. It's not some mystical hocus pocus, chosen one. It's the fundamental nature of reality. Just as every musical instrument has a unique timbre, every person, place, and situation vibrates at a certain frequency, leaving behind a unique energetic fingerprint. To ignore this truth is to ignore a whole language. Developing sensitivity to these signatures requires training, discipline, and a willingness to look beyond the surface. It starts with quieting the mind through meditation, cultivating mindfulness in your daily life, and paying close attention to your intuition, that still, small voice within. Can you feel it? Consider Kirlian photography, a technique that claims to capture the energetic field around objects. While scientific interpretations vary, the images often reveal intricate patterns and vibrant colors that hint at the unseen energies that permeate all things. Chosen one, the enemy doesn't want you to know this. The enemy wants you to believe that nothing exists beyond the surface. So, how can the chosen one prepare to notice these signals when the world is so noisy? Chosen one, is it possible to improve your senses, to heighten your natural gifts, and to pierce the veil of illusion? What if you could unlock your dormant potential, becoming a master of energetic discernment? You must prepare yourself, chosen one, honing your ability to receive and interpret energetic signals. This preparation involves a multifaceted approach, addressing both the physical and the spiritual aspects of your being. The architects don't want you to know this. The architects want you to remain blind and deaf to the subtle energies that surround you. Regular meditation is essential for quieting the mind and cultivating inner stillness. In this stillness, you can begin to hear the whispers of your intuition, the subtle nudges that guide you towards truth. Mindfulness practices, such as mindful breathing and mindful walking, help you to become more present in your body, increasing your awareness of your senses. As you become more attuned to your physical sensations, you will also become more attuned to the energetic vibrations around you. But it doesn't end there. Think of police detectives who often rely on their intuition to solve cases, picking up on subtle cues and inconsistencies that others miss. They develop a keen sense of observation, paying attention to body language, tone of voice, and other nonverbal signals. Their intuition is not just a hunch. It's the culmination of years of training and experience, honed by countless hours of observation and reflection. It's a muscle that is built with intention. Now that you've prepared the tools, how do they work, and how can you be sure that you're not being deceived? Chosen one, what if the enemy knew what you are looking for, anticipating your every move? You've read the signature, but are you sure it is real, or is it a cleverly crafted illusion? What if the architect can mimic energetic signatures, leading you down a path of deception and destruction? The deceivers want to trick you, to lure you into their web of lies and manipulation. They will make promises of power, wealth, and fulfillment, but their true intention is to steal your energy, to drain your life force, and to enslave you to their will. The enemy is patient, chosen one. The enemy can wait. Think of the story of Judas, who betrayed Jesus for 30 pieces of silver. Judas was a trusted disciple, but he allowed greed and envy to cloud his judgment, leading him to betray the one who loved him most. Judas saw the power, but never the point. So how can you tell that you aren't being tricked when the deceivers are so cunning? Chosen one, what if you've already been tricked, ensnared by the deceiver's lies? Is it possible to reverse the damage, to transmute the negative energies into positive vibrations, and to reclaim your power? It is possible to transmute negative energies into positive vibrations, to turn water into wine, and to transform your pain into power. This alchemical process requires a deep understanding of the nature of energy, an unwavering faith in the divine, and a willingness to embrace the transformative power of love and forgiveness. The architect wants you to be trapped. The architect doesn't want you to escape the architect's prison. Think of Jesus turning water into wine at the wedding feast in Cana. This miracle was not just a display of supernatural power. It was a symbol of transformation, of turning the ordinary into the extraordinary, of transmuting lack into abundance. It's a metaphor, chosen one, a metaphor for the potential you hold within. Scientists have found that water can change structure based on the energy around it. In experiments performed by Dr. Masaru Emoto, water that was exposed to positive words such as love and gratitude formed beautiful symmetrical crystals. Water exposed to negative words such as hate and fear formed distorted asymmetrical crystals. The implication is clear. The universe bends to your will. But how can you use this energy, not just for yourself, but for the greater good? Chosen one, what if, despite all the work you are doing, you are still vulnerable to attack, a target for the deceiver's relentless assaults? What if you could create an energetic barrier, a fortress of light that protects you from external interference? You can create an energetic barrier, a fortress of light that surrounds you, shielding you from negative influences and spiritual attacks. This fortress is not a passive defense. It's an active force field, constantly radiating love, light, and protection. The architect wants you defenseless. The architect wants you to be easily assailed by dark forces. To actively protect your aura, visualize a brilliant sphere of white light surrounding your body, extending out in all directions. See this light as impenetrable, deflecting any negativity that comes your way. Fill this light with love, peace, and joy, creating a vibrational shield that repels lower energies. Maintain this visualization throughout the day, reinforcing your energetic boundaries. It is essential to the soul's survival. Think of the armor of God, described in Ephesians 6:10-18. This armor is not made of physical materials. It's made of spiritual qualities such as truth, righteousness, peace, faith, salvation, and the Word of God. By putting on this armor, you are equipping yourself to withstand the attacks of the enemy, to stand firm in your faith, and to emerge victorious in the spiritual battle. Armor up, chosen one. The battle is now. You are safe, but now what? How can you harness this protected energy to manifest your destiny? Chosen one, can all this energy be used for something, channeled towards a specific purpose? Is there any point in being a light if there is no fire, if your energy remains dormant and unexpressed? You can raise your vibration, aligning yourself with the frequency of abundance, joy, and fulfillment. This is not a selfish pursuit. It's a sacred responsibility. As a chosen one, you are called to be a beacon of light, inspiring others to awaken to their own divine potential. What you achieve is what you give. Energy wants to move, to flow, to express itself. When you raise your vibration, you create a powerful current that attracts positive experiences, opportunities, and relationships into your life. You become a magnet for miracles, a catalyst for transformation, and a force for good in the world. Do you feel the change? For unto whomsoever much is given, of him shall be much required, and to whom much has been committed, of him they will ask the more. Luke 12:48. The universe is testing you, the universe is pushing you, it is waiting to see what you will do with the gifts. What does it mean to manifest your destiny, to bring your soul contract into full bloom? Chosen one, it is time to take what you have made, to use the new power, and to forge ahead. You've prepared the signature, but how can you wield it, directing its energy towards your divine purpose? Your energetic signature is the guide, the compass that points you towards your true north. It's the unique expression of your soul, the blueprint for your destiny, and the key to living a life of purpose, passion, and fulfillment. The architect cannot steal this from you. Think of musicians who know the right notes, who can feel the harmony and dissonance in their bodies. They are attuned to the energetic vibrations of sound, allowing them to create music that moves, inspires, and heals. The same is true for you, chosen one. You have an inner knowing, a deep sense of what is right and true for you. Trust it. How can the everyday person use it when the energy feels so ethereal? Chosen one, it is time to make waves, to create a ripple effect of positive change in the world. Is it even possible to change the world, or is that just a fantasy, a naive dream for starry-eyed idealists? What if the most important thing is to spread the signature, to radiate your unique energy into the world, inspiring others to awaken to their own divine potential? The mission is now to change the lives of others, to be a force for good in the world, and to leave a lasting legacy of love, light, and compassion. This is not a burden, it's a privilege, a sacred opportunity to make a difference in the lives of those around you, but it is not always easy. Often, the most revolutionary change comes through the smallest act of kindness, the simplest gesture of love, the quietest expression of compassion. Don't underestimate the power of your presence, chosen one. Consider how Martin Luther King Jr. affected the world, inspiring millions to fight for civil rights and equality. His words and actions sparked a movement that transformed a nation, leaving a lasting impact on the world. MLK gave all that he had. Chosen one, are you prepared to do the same? Now what, chosen one? What is next in your divine destiny? Your journey is only beginning. There is more to come. Chosen one, it's time to step into the mirror of truth. Is it really possible for others to see you if you're shrouded in disguise, playing a role that doesn't resonate with your soul's deepest calling? Can anyone really know you if you don't know yourself? What if projecting your authentic self into the world is a divine assignment, a key piece in the cosmic puzzle? What if you are inadvertently holding others back from their own destiny by dimming your light, by concealing the unique signature that only you possess? The chosen one is called not just to be authentic, but to actively project that authenticity outward, sharing the hard-won wisdom and insights gleaned from their own journey. This projection isn't about ego or self-promotion. It's about divine service, about offering a beacon of hope and guidance to those still lost in the shadows. Chosen one, hiding your true self is no longer an option. It's not humility, it's denial of your assignment. What are you hiding from the world? This outward projection has to start with the self, with an unwavering commitment to honesty and self-acceptance. This means embracing both the radiant strengths and the messy imperfections, the triumphs and the failures, the light and the shadow. Can you handle that? You must be honest about the good and the bad, recognizing that both are integral parts of your unique tapestry. It's not about striving for some unattainable ideal of perfection, but about embracing the totality of who you are, flaws and all. It is no longer a time for passive observation, but a time for courageous leadership. You cannot inspire others to step into their greatness if you are still shrinking in the corner, afraid to take up space. You are not just a follower. You are a trailblazer, a pioneer, a lightworker sent to illuminate the path for others. You must lead by example, demonstrating the power of authenticity in action. You must embody your destiny. Consider the biblical ideal of walking in the light, a concept that speaks to the importance of living with integrity and transparency. To walk in the light means to live in alignment with your values, to speak your truth with courage, and to conduct your affairs with honesty and fairness. It means being willing to be vulnerable, to share your struggles and your triumphs, and to allow others to see you as you truly are, imperfections and all. Do you understand that vulnerability is power? But it goes even deeper. You must live what you speak. Hypocrisy has no place in the life of a chosen one. Your actions must align with your words. Your inner beliefs must align with your outer expressions. You cannot preach love and practice hate, preach peace and sow discord, preach truth and live a lie. Your life must be a living testament to the values you espouse, a shining example of the transformative power of authenticity. Can you show without telling? Chosen one is all of this inner work, this relentless pursuit of authenticity and empowerment just for you. Are you meant to hoard these blessings, to keep this newfound light to yourself? Or are you meant to be a lighthouse, a beacon of hope shining brightly in a storm-tossed sea. What if your transformation is not just for yourself, but a ripple effect that impacts everyone around you, touching countless lives in ways you may never fully realize? What if your destiny is inextricably entangled with theirs, your journey intertwined with the collective awakening of humanity? Many are watching, even when you don't realize it. They are observing your actions, listening to your words, engaging your energy. They are waiting for a sign, a spark of hope, a glimmer of possibility that will ignite their own inner flame. They are ready to follow, to learn from your example, and to embark on their own journey of transformation. It's not pride, it's responsibility. You are a role model, whether you embrace that title or not. Your life is a canvas, and every action, every word, every thought is a brushstroke that contributes to the overall masterpiece. Are you painting a picture of fear, scarcity, and limitation, or are you creating a vision of hope, abundance, and limitless possibility? The choice is yours, but remember that others are watching, learning, and being influenced by the story you are telling with your life. So what story will you write? It's time to lead by example, to demonstrate the power of faith, resilience, and unwavering commitment to your divine purpose. This doesn't mean you have to be perfect. It means you have to be real. It means acknowledging your mistakes, learning from your failures, and getting back up every time you fall. It means showing others that transformation is possible, even in the face of adversity. Is that what you believe? Each victory you achieve, each obstacle you overcome, each act of courage you demonstrate inspires others to overcome their own fears and limitations. Your journey becomes a catalyst for their own transformation, a spark that ignites their inner flame and empowers them to step into their greatness. Your success is not just your own. It is a gift to the world, a testament to the power of the human spirit. So share your victories, chosen one. Compare this to the teachings of Jesus, who said, "A city on a hill cannot be hidden." Your light, your authenticity, your unique gifts cannot be contained. They are meant to be shared, to be radiated outward, to illuminate the world and inspire others to rise to their full potential. Embrace this responsibility, chosen one, and allow your light to shine brightly. How do you manage so many connections? Chosen one, what if you can't do it all alone? Are you really meant to be a solitary warrior, battling the forces of darkness single-handedly? Or is it possible that you are meant to receive help, to collaborate with others who share your vision and support your mission? Explore how the chosen one has the ability to draw help as they step further along the path, attracting allies, mentors, and divine connections that amplify their impact and accelerate their growth. This isn't about weakness. It's about strategic alignment, about recognizing that you are part of a larger ecosystem and that collaboration is essential for achieving your goals. Do you understand how the synergy works? If you show strength, if you demonstrate unwavering commitment to your purpose, the strong will come to you. They will be drawn to your energy, your vision, and your passion. They will recognize your potential and offer their support, their guidance, and their resources. They will become your allies, your mentors, and your collaborators, helping you to achieve even greater heights. Let them come. Mentors, collaborators, and divine connections start to appear, seemingly out of nowhere, offering their expertise, their support, and their encouragement. These are not random encounters. They are divinely orchestrated appointments, designed to accelerate your growth and amplify your impact. Be open to these connections, chosen one, and be willing to receive the gifts they offer. Relate this to the story of Ruth, who found herself in a foreign land, widowed and vulnerable. Yet through her unwavering loyalty to Naomi, she attracted the attention of Boaz, a wealthy and influential landowner who became her kinsman redeemer. Ruth had Naomi and then Boaz. Her destiny unfolded through connection and collaboration. Your destiny will too, chosen one. How do you know if that help is real? What if all the help isn't good help? Is it possible that you could be led astray, manipulated by those with ulterior motives? Are you sure who is offering assistance, and can you know their heart? If you aren't careful, there will be those who want to change you, to mold you into something you are not, to co-opt your vision and use your energy for their own purposes. They may offer you power, fame, or wealth, but their true intention is to control you, to silence your voice, and to derail your divine purpose. So be aware. Focus and values are your shield. A shared purpose creates a bond that's difficult to break, a foundation built on mutual respect, trust, and unwavering commitment to a common goal. This shared purpose acts as a filter, attracting those who resonate with your vision and repelling those who seek to manipulate or control you. Does everyone see eye to eye? If there is no cohesion, no alignment of values, no shared purpose, then the connection is only temporary, a fleeting alliance that will eventually crumble under the weight of its own internal contradictions. Be wary of those who offer you shortcuts or compromises, those who try to convince you to abandon your values in pursuit of worldly gain. These are the whispers of the deceivers, tempting you to stray from your path. They are everywhere. Compare this to how the disciples all believed in the same thing, united by their faith in Jesus and their commitment to spreading his message. They faced persecution, hardship, and even death, but their bond remained unbreakable because it was founded on a shared purpose that transcended their individual desires and ambitions. Your bonds must be just as strong. So what happens if people break away? Chosen one, does everything have to last forever? Is it a sign of weakness to cut off ties, to release relationships that no longer serve your highest good? As the chosen one rises, as you ascend to new heights of consciousness and empowerment, not everyone will rise with you. Some will cling to the past, resisting change and clinging to familiar patterns. Others may become envious or resentful, unable to celebrate your success or support your growth. Still others may simply drift away, their paths diverging from yours as you each pursue your unique destinies. And that's okay. Explain the concept of cutting cords, severing the energetic ties that bind you to people, places, or situations that are draining your energy or hindering your progress. This doesn't mean you have to hate them. It simply means you are choosing to prioritize your own well-being and to create space for new, more aligned connections to blossom. They can stay where they are. It will often be painful, requiring courage, compassion, and unwavering self-love. You may feel guilt, sadness, or even anger as you release these connections, but remember that you are doing it for your own good, for the sake of your divine purpose, and for the benefit of all involved. It takes strength, chosen one. It doesn't always mean that they are bad people or that the relationship was inherently flawed. It simply means that the connection has run its course, that the lessons have been learned, and that it is time to move on. Holding on to relationships that no longer serve you is like clinging to a life raft that is slowly sinking, dragging you down with it. Let go and allow yourself to be carried to shore. You'll both be better for it. Look at Paul and Barnabas parting ways over disagreements, two great apostles who had once been inseparable companions. Their separation was not a failure. It was a necessary step in their individual journeys, allowing them to pursue their unique callings and to reach even more people with the message of the gospel. It wasn't the end, only the beginning. If not those people, then what else? Chosen one, are you absolutely sure you are right? What if what you believe, what you hold to be self-evident truth, is actually a deeply ingrained illusion, a limiting belief that is holding you back from your full potential? What if your greatest challenge isn't external forces, but your own internal programming, the false narratives you have internalized and accepted as gospel? What if your foundation is cracked, built on shaky ground that cannot withstand the storms of life? One should challenge everything, especially themselves. This is not about nihilism or cynicism. It's about intellectual honesty, about a relentless pursuit of truth that transcends dogma, tradition, and personal biases. It's about being willing to question your assumptions, to examine your beliefs, and to discard anything that doesn't align with your deepest values and your highest vision. Are you ready to face that? Your own perspective needs to be tested, to be subjected to rigorous scrutiny, to be challenged by opposing viewpoints. This doesn't mean you have to abandon your core principles, but it does mean you have to be open to new information, to alternative interpretations, and to the possibility that you might be wrong. Embrace intellectual humility, chosen one, and be willing to learn from others. If they can't stand up to testing, then how can they hold you up? If your beliefs are fragile, easily shattered by questioning or criticism, then they are not strong enough to support your weight, to carry you through the challenges of life. You must build a foundation of truth that is solid, unwavering, and capable of withstanding any storm. Build something that will last, that no idea should be sacred, that you will often be wrong. This is not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of strength, a testament to your commitment to growth, to learning, and to evolving into the best version of yourself. Embrace your mistakes, chosen one, and learn from them. They are your greatest teachers. Mention the teachings of Socrates, who famously said, "The only true wisdom is in knowing you know nothing." Embrace this spirit of intellectual humility and allow it to guide your journey of self-discovery. How do you know if your deconstruction has gone too far? Chosen one, if everything has to be questioned, if every belief must be subjected to relentless scrutiny, then what can be trusted? Is truth even real, or is it merely a subjective construct, a fleeting illusion that shifts with every passing breeze? If one is to tear down, they must also build. Deconstruction without reconstruction is a recipe for chaos, a descent into nihilism and despair. You cannot simply dismantle your old beliefs without replacing them with something stronger, something more aligned with your values and your vision. You are more than a destroyer. You have to rebuild stronger, to create a foundation that is not only solid and unwavering, but also flexible and adaptable, capable of evolving as you grow and learn. This requires a careful and deliberate process, a mindful integration of new information, new experiences, and new insights. But you are not alone. Use the previous lessons and rebuild stronger, to integrate the knowledge gained from deconstruction and to create a new framework for understanding the world, one that is both grounded in truth and open to possibility. This is not about returning to the old ways. It's about creating something entirely new, something that reflects your evolved consciousness and your expanded understanding of reality. The architect doesn't want this. The architect wants you to stay on the ground. Start with what stood the tests of time, to anchor your new foundation in principles that have proven their value throughout history. These principles may include love, compassion, justice, integrity, and a commitment to truth. They may also include spiritual practices such as prayer, meditation, and service to others. Show that this aligns with Jesus' teaching on building a house on solid rock, a metaphor for building a life on a foundation of truth and wisdom that can withstand the storms of life. This requires diligence, perseverance, and a willingness to invest the time and effort necessary to create a lasting structure. Chosen one, build something that will last for eternity. How does one continue to refine themselves? Chosen one, so you've rebuilt your foundation, you've integrated new knowledge, and you've aligned yourself with your divine purpose. Are you at the top, the final destination, the culmination of your journey, or is there still more to come, more to learn, more to become? There is no final form, no ultimate state of perfection that you can attain and then simply rest upon your laurels. The journey of self-discovery and transformation is a continuous process, a never-ending cycle of growth, evolution, and expansion. So do not rest. The wheel turns, constantly spinning, endlessly evolving. What was once true may no longer be true tomorrow. What was once effective may no longer be effective next year. What was once aligned may no longer be aligned in the future. You must be willing to adapt, to adjust, and to evolve as the wheel turns, embracing change as an inevitable and essential part of your journey. The only constant is change, and in understanding that, then the chosen one can accept the ever-shifting nature of reality, to embrace the unknown, and to find joy in the process of continuous growth and transformation. This requires a willingness to let go of control, to surrender to the flow of life, and to trust that the universe is always guiding you towards your highest good. All the greats keep going, never resting on their past accomplishments, never settling for mediocrity, never ceasing to push the boundaries of what is possible. They understand that the journey is the destination, that the pursuit of excellence is its own reward, and that the greatest satisfaction comes from continuously striving to become the best version of themselves. But there's a catch, chosen one, a secret they don't want you to know. This constant refinement, this endless climb, isn't about achieving some external goal or validation. It's about something far deeper, far more profound. It's about aligning yourself with the very source of creation, tapping into the infinite potential that resides within you, and unleashing your divine signature upon the world. How? So how do you help others believe? Are you meant to force your truth onto unwilling ears, to browbeat skeptics into submission? Or is there a more effective way to share your unique perspective with the world, a way that honors both your own truth and the freedom of others to choose their own path? What if the art of persuasion lies not in forceful arguments, but in gentle guidance, in planting seeds of curiosity that blossom in their own time? Sharing a message that challenges conventional beliefs is no easy task. It's like trying to navigate a raging river in a fragile boat, dodging rocks and whirlpools at every turn. You'll encounter resistance, skepticism, and even outright hostility from those who are clinging to their old beliefs for dear life. But do not be discouraged, chosen one, for this is simply a sign that you are on the right track, that you are challenging the status quo and shaking up the foundations of their reality. When communicating, do not be afraid. Your authenticity and compassion are your greatest weapons. Speak from the heart, sharing your own experiences and insights with honesty and vulnerability. Acknowledge their doubts, validate their fears, and offer them a safe space to explore new ideas without judgment. You must remember to show love and grace to those who do not understand. Presenting your truth is like offering a rare and precious gem. Do not simply shove it in their face, demanding that they recognize its value. Instead, present it with care, highlighting its unique facets and allowing them to examine it from all angles. Use storytelling, metaphors, and analogies to make it more accessible and relatable. Speak their language, chosen one, and meet them where they are. Look at Noah, who tried to warn everyone about the flood, but nobody believed him. They laughed, they mocked, and they dismissed him as a madman, but Noah persisted, driven by his unwavering faith and his deep love for humanity. He built the ark not to force them to believe, but to offer them a chance to be saved. In the end, it was their choice to board the ark or perish in the flood. As it is with you, chosen one, you can only off-ark the ark. So how do you help others believe? You don't force them, you love them. How do you know what to pass along? Do you simply regurgitate every spiritual concept you encounter, flooding the world with a torrent of unfiltered information? Or is there a more discerning approach, a way to sift through the noise and identify the truths that are most relevant and impactful for your audience? What if your intuition is the key to unlocking the wisdom that needs to be shared, a divine compass guiding you towards the messages that will resonate most deeply with those who are ready to hear them? Translating complex spiritual truths into everyday language is a sacred task, requiring both intellectual rigor and heartfelt compassion. It's like being an alchemist, transforming base metals into gold, taking abstract concepts and making them concrete and relatable. You have to do more than simply parrot the words of others. You have to embody the concepts, to live them out in your own life, and to share them from a place of authentic experience. If you don't understand it, how can you explain it? You must master a spiritual truth before you teach it. Do not shy from metaphors and analogies to connect with all people, no matter their backgrounds, but be certain of your message. Know that it is true and give it from your heart. Energy, for example, can be an overwhelming concept to explain. Energy can be described scientifically as the capacity to do work. However, most are not scientists. Energy can be described as the vibe someone gives off, or you can discuss the spiritual implications of how someone's energy is an aura that affects those around them, or even that everything is made up of energy on a molecular level. Jesus used parables to teach complex spiritual lessons, stories that were simple enough for anyone to understand, yet profound enough to challenge their deepest beliefs. He spoke of seeds, of vineyards, of prodigal sons, using imagery that resonated with the everyday lives of his listeners. He took abstract concepts like love, forgiveness, and redemption and made them tangible and relatable, showing them how these principles could be applied to their own lives. What good is knowing if you don't act on it? Who do you listen to? Do you blindly follow every guru who promises enlightenment, surrendering your own discernment at the altar of their supposed wisdom? Or do you cultivate your own inner guidance system, learning to trust your intuition and to discern truth from falsehood? What if your own heart is the ultimate authority, a sacred compass guiding you towards the wisdom that resonates most deeply with your soul's purpose? Empowering others to discover their own unique gifts is a selfless act of service, a testament to your own commitment to the collective awakening of humanity. You are not simply sharing information. You are igniting a spark, kindling a flame that will illuminate their path and empower them to step into their own greatness. The safe space is key. When you foster an environment of compassion, trust, and acceptance, and you provide a safe space for others to explore their spirituality without fear of judgment or ridicule, encourage them to ask questions, to share their doubts, and to express their authentic selves. You can't do this if they aren't ready. The apostles inspired people to follow Jesus. They created communities and they spread the word of God. Those communities are still around today. Now it's your turn to create a community. How do you feel about this new strength? So how can that influence be curtailed? Are you doomed to become a narcissistic tyrant, consumed by your own inflated ego? Or is there a way to safeguard yourself against this trap, to remain grounded in humility and gratitude? What if the key lies in remembering that all knowledge and power ultimately come from a divine source, and that you are simply a vessel, a conduit for a force that is far greater than yourself? Recognize the signs of spiritual inflation, arrogance, judgment, a need for validation, and a sense of being more enlightened than others. When you catch yourself judging others, when you feel the need to constantly prove yourself, when you crave the adoration of others, take a step back and examine your motives. These are all red flags, warning signs that your ego is starting to run wild. You will need to stop it. You can curtail your ego by grounding yourself in humility, practicing self-awareness, and remembering that all knowledge and power come from a divine source. Regular meditation, prayer, and self-reflection can help you stay connected to your inner wisdom and to recognize the subtle whispers of your ego. Service to others is also a powerful antidote to spiritual inflation, reminding you that you are part of a larger community and that your gifts are meant to be shared. Contrast the humility that Jesus spoke of with arrogance. The man was a servant of all. He washed feet. That's the kind of attitude you must have. What do you do if you are attacked? So what do you do if you are attacked? Do you cower in fear, allowing the shadows to consume you? Or do you stand your ground, wielding your light as a weapon and defending your divine purpose with unwavering resolve? What if your destiny is not just to be a beacon of light, but a warrior of light, a guardian of truth, a defender of all that is good and just? The architect will send people after you. But remember that testing the spirits, trusting your intuition, and seeking counsel from trusted mentors. You must surround yourself with people who will tell you the truth. It's hard to hear, but you need the input. If it does not feel true or feel right, be prepared to act. You must always check facts. People lie, but if you listen to your inner voice, you'll know what is true. Always seek the truth. Compare this with a modern-day need to check facts. The internet is full of lies, and you must do research to know what's really going on. You should do this in your spiritual life as well. And so what do you fight for? Is it for personal gain, for worldly recognition, for the fleeting pleasures of this life? Or is it for something far greater, something that transcends your individual desires and ambitions? What if your true calling is to be a force for good in the world, a champion of the oppressed, a voice for the voiceless, a catalyst for positive change? Spiritual warfare is real. It's not just a metaphor or a quaint religious concept. It's a daily battle against the forces of darkness that seek to undermine your faith, to derail your purpose, and to steal your joy. But you are not alone in this fight. You have the full armor of God at your disposal, a powerful arsenal of spiritual weapons that can overcome any obstacle. So prepare for battle, chosen one. You can protect yourself with prayer, decrees, and calling upon divine protection. Armor yourself with truth, righteousness, peace, faith, salvation, and the word of God. And do not forget the power of community, for there is strength in numbers, and together you can withstand any attack. Paul wrote to Timothy about fighting the good fight. He was trying to encourage him to keep going, and he was trying to let him know how important the fight was. That's what I'm doing now. It is time to wrap it all up. Is this the end of the journey, the final destination on your spiritual path? Or is it merely the beginning, a launching pad for even greater adventures, a springboard for even more profound transformations? What if your activated soul contract is not just a set of instructions, but a living, breathing document that evolves and expands as you grow and learn, as you rise to new challenges and embrace new opportunities? Your life can make a difference if you listen. You'll know what to do and how to act, and you can show others the way. So you better start now. That's what it means to love. Love is a gift. Love is a service. Love is truth. When you know love, you know God. Mention the ones from the Bible who continue to inspire: Jesus, Paul, Timothy, David, Moses, Ruth. People still speak of their lessons. It is time to wrap it all up. What we've covered today is just the beginning, chosen one, a mere glimpse into the vast potential that lies dormant within you, waiting to be unleashed. But we're just scratching the surface of your soul contract, and what we'll discover next is even more shocking, even more empowering. Remember this one thing: this is your destiny. Chosen one, can you truly say that you are free? Or are you still chained to the ghosts of your past, the echoes of traumas long forgotten? Everything leaves a mark, doesn't it? Even if no one sees it, even if you try to bury it deep within your subconscious, the truth is that past traumas can leave energetic imprints that are shaping your present reality and hindering your soul contract fulfillment. Can the wounds of the past really affect you now? You might be surprised. Think of it like this. Imagine a pristine lake, its surface smooth and undisturbed. Now, imagine someone throwing a rock into that lake. The rock creates ripples that spread out across the surface, disturbing the calm and creating waves that crash against the shore. Even after the rock has sunk to the bottom, the ripples continue to resonate, affecting everything in their path. Trauma is like that rock, chosen one. It creates energetic ripples that can continue to affect your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors long after the event has passed. These imprints act as subconscious programs, attracting similar experiences or perpetuating negative patterns. They can manifest as fear, anxiety, depression, or even physical ailments. Like scars, these imprints are always there, a reminder of the pain you have endured. But here's the truth: you don't have to be defined by your scars. You can heal them, transform them, and use them as a source of strength and wisdom. How then can you identify these imprints that you might not even realize are there? Start with journaling, shadow work, and paying attention to recurring themes in your life. Ask yourself, what situations trigger strong emotional reactions in me? What negative patterns keep repeating themselves in my life? What limiting beliefs am I holding on to? The answers to these questions will provide valuable clues about the energetic imprints that are holding you back. Modern psychology has now proven this on a scientific level. Trauma changes the brain's very structure, but this just proves the soul has something to heal and has given you clues to the puzzle. So how does it affect the soul? Do you think you are whole, chosen one? What if trauma can cause soul fragmentation? What if there were missing pieces of yourself scattered throughout your life, lost to the shadows of your past? What if there was a way to call them back, to reclaim those lost aspects of yourself and become whole again? This brings us to the concept of soul retrieval, an ancient shamanic practice of recovering lost aspects of yourself that have been fragmented due to trauma or difficult experiences. Imagine a shattered mirror, each fragment reflecting a different aspect of yourself. When you experience trauma, it's as if the mirror shatters and pieces of your soul become lost or disconnected. This soul loss can manifest as feelings of emptiness, disconnection, or a lack of vitality. You may feel like you're not fully present in your body, like a part of you is missing. You may struggle with feelings of low self-worth, anxiety, or depression. And so you may ask, how do I reclaim these lost pieces? You can use guided meditation, visualization, and working with a shamanic practitioner to go on a journey to retrieve those lost aspects of yourself. Imagine yourself traveling back in time to the moment of trauma, comforting your younger self, and bringing them back to the present. See yourself gathering all the fragments of your shattered mirror, piecing them back together, and creating a whole, integrated reflection of yourself. This is like the psychological concept of integration, where different aspects of the self are brought together to create a cohesive whole. It's about acknowledging and accepting all parts of yourself, even the ones you don't like. But what if there is so much trauma it is unrecognizable, chosen one? What if the darkness has become so ingrained in your being that you can no longer distinguish it from the light? It is impossible to avoid the darkness, so is there a way to use it, to harness its power for good? What if everything you hate about yourself is the key to your success, the gateway to your divine purpose? This is where we explore the shadow. This shadow has everything you need. Loving the shadow, however, is not about embracing evil or indulging in destructive behaviors. It's about acknowledging and accepting the parts of yourself that you have rejected, denied, or suppressed. It's about recognizing that these dark aspects of yourself are not inherently bad, but simply unintegrated parts of your being. The shadow is the doorway. It is the gateway to your true potential. Shadow work involves exploring your shadow self, identifying the traits and qualities that you have disowned, and integrating them into your conscious awareness. This can be a painful and challenging process, as it requires you to confront your deepest fears, insecurities, and traumas. But it is also a deeply transformative process that can lead to greater self-acceptance, wholeness, and empowerment. Techniques for exploring your shadow include journaling, dream analysis, and working with a therapist or counselor. Ask yourself, what traits do I dislike in others? What situations trigger strong emotional reactions in me? What am I most afraid of? The answers to these questions will provide valuable clues about your shadow self. It is important to note that the Bible never shies away from showing the flaws of key figures. David was an adulterer and a murderer, yet he was also a man after God's own heart. Paul persecuted Christians before becoming one himself. These figures remind us that even the most flawed individuals can be used for God's purposes. But what if it is the shadow of someone else that you carry? It isn't fair, but what if you are living out someone else's life, chosen one? What if you have been born into a family with a history of trauma, addiction, or limiting beliefs? What if you were the chosen one to break the cycle, to heal the wounds of your ancestors, and create a brighter future for generations to come? This brings us to the concept of generational patterns and how they can impact your soul contract fulfillment. It's about understanding that you are not just an individual, but also a part of a larger family system, a lineage that stretches back through time. Inherited trauma is a real thing. Trauma can be passed down through generations, affecting the DNA, the behaviors, and the beliefs of family members. You may be carrying the weight of your ancestors' traumas without even realizing it. You may be repeating their mistakes, struggling with the same challenges, or holding onto the same limiting beliefs. This is how the rich stay rich and the poor stay poor. It is because patterns are passed down. How do you identify generational patterns in your own life and family history? Start by talking to your relatives, gathering stories about your family's past, and looking for recurring themes or patterns. Ask yourself, what challenges did my parents and grandparents face? What beliefs did they hold? What secrets were kept hidden? The answers to these questions will provide valuable insights into the generational patterns that are shaping your life. You are meant to break these patterns. Techniques for healing ancestral wounds include forgiveness, ancestral healing rituals, and family constellation therapy. But how does this break? The architects can take a small mistake and magnify it. Chosen one. What if you are being punished for mistakes you didn't make? Are we really bound by our past, forever paying for the sins of our ancestors? What if you could clear your karmic debts and create a clean slate for your future, aligning yourself with divine justice? Let's explore the concept of karma and its impact on your soul contract. Karma, in its simplest form, is the law of cause and effect. What you sow, you shall reap. Your thoughts, words, and actions create energetic vibrations that attract similar vibrations back to you. Good karma is created when you sow seeds of love, kindness, and compassion. Bad karma, on the other hand, is created when you sow seeds of hatred, anger, and selfishness. And so you might ask, how do I identify karmic patterns in my life? Look for recurring challenges, relationship problems, or financial difficulties. Ask yourself, what lessons am I meant to learn from these experiences? What patterns am I repeating? What karmic debts do I need to clear? Techniques for karma clearing include forgiveness, acts of service, and ha'ponopono, an ancient Hawaiian practice of reconciliation and forgiveness. You can also pay it forward. By doing good deeds and helping others, you create positive karma that can offset the negative karma from your past. But what does being free of that karma actually feel like? After all of this, the hard work and triumph, what can be said to be yours, chosen one? What if, after all this, your energy isn't really yours? What if the ultimate goal of soul contract activation is to reclaim your energetic sovereignty and live life on your own terms, free from the influence of others? Energetic sovereignty is the state of being in complete control of your own energy, thoughts, emotions, and actions. It's about setting boundaries, protecting yourself from negative influences, and living in alignment with your true self. Claim what belongs to you. It involves taking responsibility for your own energy and not allowing others to drain, manipulate, or control you. When you are energetically sovereign, you are free to make your own choices, to pursue your own dreams, and to live a life that is authentic and fulfilling. Practical steps for reclaiming your power include setting boundaries, speaking your truth, and trusting your intuition. Learn to say no to things that don't resonate with you, to stand up for yourself in the face of injustice, and to trust your inner guidance system. Living a life of freedom means living a life of purpose, passion, and joy. It means waking up each day feeling empowered, inspired, and grateful for the opportunity to be alive. So you are in control, and what now? You've won. Now is it time to stop, chosen one? What if what you did in life was going to outlast you, echoing through eternity? What if the ultimate goal of all this work, of the soul contract activation, is to leave behind a legacy of love, light, and inspiration that will continue to impact the world long after you are gone? The ultimate goal of soul contract activation is to leave a legacy, to make a positive impact on the world, to inspire others to live their best lives. You've done it all, but the goal is to make it last, to ensure that it spreads. Your life has a reason, it has purpose, and it continues to mean something even after you are gone. Align your actions with your values, use your gifts to serve others, and create a positive impact on the world. You can do this by volunteering your time, donating to causes you believe in, or simply spreading kindness and compassion to those around you. The Bible is full of people who are remembered to this day. Jesus, Moses, David, Ruth. People still speak of their lessons, their words, their examples. These are the people who left a legacy, who made a difference in the world. They had a reason to be here, and so do you. Now it is time to put it all together. What we've covered today is just the beginning, chosen one, a mere glimpse into the transformative power that lies within you, waiting to be unleashed. But we're just scratching the surface of the spiritual battle that awaits you, and what we'll uncover next about the architects of deception is even more critical to your survival. Remember this one thing. This is your legacy. What if your very DNA held you back, chosen one? What if the blueprint of your being, the very code that defines you, was not set in stone, but a fluid, dynamic script waiting to be rewritten? Can you believe everything that you are told about yourself? Consider this, the concept of DNA recoding, not as a futuristic fantasy, but as a spiritual awakening. It's about activating dormant potentials, rewriting limiting genetic predispositions, and reclaiming the divine blueprint that is your birthright. But this is not about gene editing in a lab. This is about something far more profound. accessing the power within you to reprogram your very being. Is your body a prison, chosen one? Are you trapped within its limitations, bound by its weaknesses? What if your physical form, instead of being a vessel of freedom, was actually holding you back from fully realizing your divine purpose? The truth is, your body can be a powerful ally or a formidable obstacle, depending on how you perceive it and how you choose to interact with it. It can be a source of strength, vitality, and creativity, or it can be a breeding ground for disease, negativity, and limitation. The choice, ultimately, is yours. But how can your body be holding you back, you might ask? It's simple. By harboring energetic blockages, emotional traumas, and limiting beliefs that are preventing you from aligning with your soul contract. These blockages, traumas, and beliefs can manifest as physical ailments, chronic pain, or simply a feeling of being stuck or unfulfilled. But the good news is that you have the power to affect this, to transform your body from a prison into a temple. And the key is to understand that your body is not just a physical entity, but a spiritual one, intimately connected to your consciousness and your soul. But is there any actual proof to this? Chosen one, consider the scientific concept of epigenetics. This field demonstrates that your DNA is not fixed, and that it can be influenced by your environment, your thoughts, and your beliefs. Your experiences, your emotions, and even your diet can alter the expression of your genes, turning certain genes on or off. This means that you are not just a product of your genes, but a shaper of them. You have the power to influence your genetic destiny, to rewrite your DNA through your conscious choices. This isn't just a physical change, but a spiritual one. It's about aligning your thoughts, emotions, and actions with your divine blueprint, activating the dormant potentials within you, and reclaiming your birthright as a powerful, creative being. So, chosen one, begin to affirm health, vitality, and abundance. Begin to visualize your body as a radiant vessel of light. Begin to believe in your power to heal and transform yourself. For in doing so, you will be recoding your DNA and reclaiming your divine blueprint, paving the way for the fulfillment of your soul contract. And this recoding is only the beginning. To truly follow God, do you have to give up everything, chosen one? The seen and unseen world is at your fingertips. Do you ignore it? What if the key to the puzzle rested in learning to manipulate the very matrix we live in, to command both the seen and unseen worlds? What if your soul contract called you to be a master of both realms, a bridge between the physical and the spiritual? Chosen one, you are meant to be a powerful figure on both planes. You are not meant to be a passive observer, but an active participant in the creation of your reality. You are not meant to be limited by the physical world, but to transcend it, to access the limitless possibilities of the spiritual realm. But how do you command the seen and unseen worlds? How do you wield your power in both realms? The answer is simple, through your word and your intent. You speak it into existence, and then you focus that intent like a laser beam, directing your energy with unwavering precision. Your words are not just sounds, but powerful vibrations that can shape reality. Your intent is not just a thought, but a force that can move mountains. When you combine your word with your intent, you create a powerful synergy that can manifest anything you desire. Look to the example of Solomon, chosen one, the wisest king who ever lived. Solomon received not only wisdom, but riches and honor, because he asked for the ability to govern the people of God. He received the power to command both the seen and unseen worlds, to manifest abundance, prosperity, and influence. And so can you. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility. The power to command the seen and unseen worlds is not meant to be used for selfish gain, but for the greater good. It is meant to be used to create a more just, compassionate, and loving world. So, is it only material things that can be manipulated? Or can you also do something more? What if you could be anywhere at any time, chosen one? What if you are limited by a linear perspective, trapped in the illusion of time and space? What if your soul contract extends beyond this single lifetime, and that your consciousness has the ability to access different timelines and realities? Prepare yourself, for we are now going to explore the idea of consciousness and its abilities, chosen one. Your consciousness is not limited to your physical brain, but is a vast, expansive field that is connected to all things. It is a portal to infinite possibilities, a gateway to other dimensions and realities. What if you could tap into this potential to transcend the limitations of time and space and experience the fullness of your being? This, chosen one, is possible through the practice of quantum jumping. You can expand your vision beyond the constraints of your physical senses and access different timelines and realities. This means that you can literally jump into other versions of yourself, other versions of your life, and experience different possibilities. How is this possible, you might ask? It's possible through the power of your imagination, your intention, and your belief. By shifting your consciousness, you can shift your reality. Chosen one, the practical steps to make this happen involve quieting your mind, focusing your attention, and visualizing yourself in the reality you desire. Imagine yourself stepping into that reality, experiencing it fully with all your senses. Feel the emotions, see the sights, hear the sounds, and smell the scents. And then believe that it is real, that you are already there. The more vividly you can imagine it, the more powerfully you can manifest it. Look at near-death experiences where people claim to have gone to other realities. They speak of traveling through tunnels of light, meeting with deceased loved ones, and experiencing profound states of peace and bliss. These experiences suggest that consciousness is not limited to the physical body, and that it can transcend the boundaries of time and space. Are there any limits to this power, chosen one? What if all it took was looking at something to change it, chosen one? What if our observation of reality shapes the very fabric of existence? Is it possible to see something and change it, to influence the world around you simply by focusing your attention on it? Let us now explore the concept of collapsing wave functions from quantum physics, chosen one. In the quantum world, particles exist in a state of superposition, meaning they can be in multiple places at once until they are observed. When an observer looks at a particle, its wave function collapses and it becomes fixed in a single location. This suggests that our observation of reality shapes the very fabric of existence, that our consciousness has the power to influence the world around us. This is the observer effect. But how can we apply this knowledge, you might ask? How can we use the observer effect to manifest our desires and fulfill our soul contract? It's possible to directly influence outcomes through focused attention and intention. When you focus your attention on a desired outcome, you are essentially collapsing the wave function, bringing that outcome into reality. This means that you have the power to shape your destiny, to create the life you desire, simply by focusing your attention on it. Of course, with this power comes a great responsibility, chosen one. It's essential to consider the ethics of influencing reality, to ensure that your intentions are aligned with the greater good. Are you seeking to create harmony, balance, and abundance, or are you seeking to control, manipulate, and dominate? Your intentions will determine the outcome. Relate this to the power of prayer and visualization. When you pray, you are focusing your attention and intention on a desired outcome, collapsing the wave function and bringing that outcome into reality. When you visualize, you are creating a mental image of your desired reality, shaping the fabric of existence to align with your vision. But again, your intentions matter. Are you praying and visualizing with love, compassion, and gratitude, or are you praying and visualizing with fear, anger, and resentment? Your energy will determine the outcome. Is it really that simple? Chosen one, the answer is a resounding yes. But don't confuse simple with easy. It requires discipline, focus, and unwavering faith. What if one mind was really all minds, chosen one? What if, by activating your soul contract, you gain access to a vast reservoir of knowledge, wisdom, and collective experience? What if you can see into the very minds of everyone to understand their thoughts, their feelings, and their motivations? Let us now explore tapping into the wisdom of humanity, chosen one. Imagine the collective unconscious as a vast ocean of knowledge, wisdom, and experience that is shared by all of humanity. It is a reservoir of archetypes, symbols, and myths that are universal to all cultures and all times. And by activating your soul contract, you gain access to this vast reservoir to tap into the wisdom of humanity and access the collective experience of all who have come before you. But what are the benefits of this access, you might ask? How can it help you fulfill your soul contract and create a better world? It is a vast collection of information that can help you understand the world around you, to gain insights into human behavior, and to make better decisions. It can also provide you with creative inspiration, to tap into the collective imagination of humanity and to bring forth new ideas and innovations. But how does one influence it? How does one even access such a vast collection of information? The first key is to truly believe in yourself and your power. Next, by clearing your own consciousness of limiting beliefs and negative emotions, you create a clearer channel for receiving guidance from the collective unconscious. By practicing meditation, you quiet your mind and open yourself to the flow of intuition, allowing you to receive insights and wisdom from the collective unconscious. By engaging in creative activities, such as writing, painting, or music, you tap into the collective imagination of humanity and bring forth new ideas and innovations. Draw on Jung's theory. Carl Jung, the renowned psychiatrist, believed that the collective unconscious is a real and powerful force that shapes human behavior. He argued that by understanding the archetypes and symbols of the collective unconscious, we can gain a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. How do you separate the good from the bad, chosen one? Is there a heaven or a hell, chosen one? Do we only live in one place? What if your activated soul contract grants you access to higher planes of existence and allows you to connect with beings and energies beyond the physical realm? What if the world you see is a small piece and the rest exists unseen? You are now being called to explore multidimensionality, chosen one. The world you see is not the only one that exists. There are countless other dimensions and realities that exist beyond the reach of your physical senses. These dimensions are not just theoretical constructs, but real places with their own unique laws and energies. And by activating your soul contract, you can gain access to these higher planes of existence, to connect with beings and energies beyond the physical realm. Expanding beyond the 3D world requires you to raise your vibration to be able to see. As you raise your vibration, you become more attuned to the subtle energies of the universe, opening yourself to new possibilities and experiences. You begin to see the world through new eyes, to perceive the interconnectedness of all things, and to experience the divine in everything around you. Meditation to see the higher planes. Through meditation, you can quiet your mind, expand your consciousness, and connect with the higher dimensions. You can visualize yourself ascending to these realms, meeting with spiritual guides, and receiving wisdom and guidance. You can also use meditation to clear your energy field, to release negative emotions and limiting beliefs, and to raise your vibration. Cite claims from those who have seen these higher planes, from near-death experiencers to astral travelers to remote viewers. Many claim to have glimpsed realms of unimaginable beauty, love, and light, as well as realms of darkness, suffering, and despair. These claims suggest that the higher planes are not just figments of our imagination, but real places that we can access through conscious intention. What can you do there, chosen one? If there is only suffering, is anything worth it, chosen one? Is it all worth the pain? What if the ultimate purpose of your soul contract is to help create a heaven on earth, to bring more love, light, and healing into the world? What if our destinies were intertwined, and your triumph meant a collective triumph? Consider the point of existing, chosen one. Your soul contract is not just about your own personal growth and fulfillment, but about the collective evolution of humanity. It is about helping to create a more just, compassionate, and loving world, a world where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. It is not to merely survive, to simply exist. You must help spread the word, spread the light, spread the love. You must show that everything you have learned has prepared you for this moment, that all the trials and tribulations you have faced have been leading you to this very point. This is your moment to shine, to use your gifts and talents to make a positive impact on the world. Cite examples of those who have dedicated their lives to creating a better world, from Martin Luther Jr., King Jr. to Mother Teresa to Nelson Mandela. These individuals faced immense challenges and opposition, but they never gave up on their vision of a more just and equitable world. They inspired millions of people to join their cause and to create lasting change. Your life has meaning, you have significance, what you do matters. So how does this end, chosen one? The end, as with the beginning, exists only as a place marker. As we reach the culmination of this journey together, chosen one, let us reflect on the path we've traveled. From the initial stirrings of destiny, the feeling that you were meant for something more, to the challenges and obstacles that threatened to derail your purpose, you have persevered. I want you to acknowledge that activating a soul contract isn't for everyone. It requires courage, faith, and a willingness to embrace the unknown. The path is a lonely one, but you are not alone. Chosen one, remember that your soul contract is not a limitation, but a validation of your unique potential. It is an invitation, a call to awaken to the power that resides within you. Though you may face spiritual warfare, know that you are equipped with the tools and knowledge to succeed. Your destiny is not predetermined in a way that strips you of your free will. Instead, it's a divine collaboration, a dance between your choices and God's plan. Remember the keywords that have carried us through this journey: chosen one, destiny, and divine purpose. Let these words resonate within your soul, guiding you forward. The fulfillment of your soul contract is not just about your own personal journey, but also contributes to the collective awakening of humanity. Each person who aligns with their divine purpose increases the overall level of consciousness on the planet, shifting the global dynamic towards love, peace, and harmony. You are living as an example, a beacon of light for others to follow. By embracing your destiny, you create a better world for future generations. Frame the activation of a soul contract as a microcosm of the universe. It's a small element that can affect a large one, just as a single act of kindness can ripple outwards and touch countless lives. When you embrace your calling, you not only elevate yourself, but you also make the world a brighter place, one choice, one action at a time. You are a thread in the tapestry of creation, and the colors of your thread are essential to the overall design. Take heart, chosen one, for God has a plan for your life, a plan far bigger than you can possibly imagine. The power to fulfill that plan is already within you, waiting to be unleashed. Though attacks will come, remember that you are stronger than any negative influence. The architects can only tear down what you let them. Remember that those who oppose you only do so out of fear. They sense your power, your potential, and they are afraid of what you might become. But you must not let their fear define you. Embrace your strength, embrace your power, and step into the fullness of your being. Be encouraged, for it can be difficult when things become lonely, and it takes strength to continue. But I want you to know that I believe in you, and God believes in you, and we are here to support you every step of the way. I invite you now to share one key takeaway from this video in the comments below. What resonated most deeply with your soul? What action will you take as a result of this message? And if you haven't already, subscribe for future messages of empowerment and guidance. I encourage you to take inspired action in your lives, such as praying, meditating, connecting with other chosen ones, or pursuing your passions. There is still much more to discover and many more depths to explore. What will you create with your newfound sovereignty, chosen one? How will you use the gifts and talents you have been given to make a positive impact on the world? Know this: you are loved, you are supported, and you are ready to create the life of your dreams. You were always supported, you simply couldn't see it. Now you are empowered. Amen. You made a choice at the beginning of this video, a choice to continue watching, and that choice has led you to this moment of transformation. May you walk forward with confidence, knowing that you are exactly where you are meant to be.